Good morning, traders. How are we all doing today? Happy Money Tuesday. My apologies. I think I'm picking up a lot of background noise, guys. One sec. Is this bad? I think I'm picking up a lot of background noise, guys. One sec. I just see my mic going haywire right now. Is it good on your end, guys? Before we start our day, I don't want to start diving into it and everybody's like, man, the audio sucks. Let me know how the audio is. I see my my OBS is spazzing out big time right now. It's picking up a lot of background noise. Is it choppy on the audio, guys? If I have to restart the stream, I'll restart the stream real quick before we get close to 8:30. So let me know how the audio is. There's an echo? Yeah, I see it's pretty bad. Someone is outside mowing. Yeah. Let me unplug this and let me plug it back in real quick. One sec, guys. That's good now? All right, so anyway, I probably got to update my OBS. Cool. Just want to make sure. Hey, he said, good morning, Josh. His hair is on point. Love it. What's up, playa? Mr. Steve. Good morning, traders. Woo! And happy Money Tuesday. How are we all doing today? Arlene, good morning. Corey, Angel, Steve, Trendy Trader, Joe, Addie, Ron, Kits, King, Jamie, Nick, Dougie, Fresh, Mr. Ron, Mr. Steve, Jay, Das, Cole, George, my goodness, everybody inside the chat today. How we doing? Good morning, traders, and happy Money Tuesday. How we all doing over on YouTube? Hit me with a big old good morning. Everybody over on YouTube, we got Daniel, Lewis, Chris, Cameron, Ryan, Mutaz. Man, I love when Mutaz is on the stream. What's up, buddy? Randy, Richard, Joey, Steve, Chris. What's up, guys? Good morning. Happy Money Tuesday. It is March 22nd, 9 o'clock in the morning, and we got a lot to talk about today, guys. There's a lot of stocks that are moving right now, right? Look at your upgapper list. You got DPRO, PALI, SMFL, GOVX is starting to get some volume, ENSV, TRKA. There's a lot of stuff moving. There's a lot of stuff going on, all right? So let's just not waste any time. Let's not BS. Let's just dive right into it because we do have a lot to talk about, and I want to get you guys engaged and involved as well. You guys know when we come in, we have 3 to 5 stocks on watch. We dive through it. We start our day. But when we have 10 stocks on the watch list, I like to get you guys involved as well. Go through every stock one by one, take a vote. What do you guys think? Keep it on the watch list, take it off the watch list. Get you guys involved, have you thinking outside the box, really understanding these stocks, the catalysts, why they're moving, and making that decision. Do we watch the stock today, or is it not worth our time? Do we take it off the watch list? So that's what we're gonna do today, because we have a pretty decent watch list. There's about 10 stocks currently on watch for the day, and I'm sure a lot of you guys will have other stocks you want me to review as well to see if it's a watch list worthy stock. So let's not waste any time. Let's just dive right into it, because again, we got about 25 minutes until the markets opens. Let's go ahead and start with SPCB. All right, so you got SPCB that's currently gapping up this morning, guys, from 69 cents to 78 cents. It was one of the top gainers this morning. We were trading over 90 cents per share. That was a decent little gap up on SPCB. So here's the thing. I don't see any news on SPCB. The last press release that we have is that they're offering a state-of-the-art cybersecurity technology to governments. That was on the 9th of March. And they're offering it. Not that they have any deals or any government contracts. They're simply offering their cybersecurity technology to governments. SPCB is gapping up. SPCB does have some volume. So let me ask you guys this, right? Do we need to keep the stock on watch? It's up 14%. It's trading 6 million shares. On average, it trades 2 million shares. It's a 13 million in float stock. It had a big green day yesterday. It was one of yesterday's top gainers, from 50 cents all the way up towards around 69 cents. Gapping up, hitting pre-market highs of 97 cents. Since then, pulling back, fading and falling back down towards around 78 cents, right? We know there's volume. We know it's gapping up. It's a low float stock. It was a prior day mover from yesterday, but there's no news. There's no news yesterday. There's no news today. Do we keep this on watch, right? Is this a stock that's worth our time? Is it a top stock for the day? Is it a back burner stock just to see if anything happens, or do we completely take it off the watch list altogether? Let me know your guys' thoughts. Keep it on watch, add it to the back burner, or completely remove the stock altogether. What are you guys thinking on SPCB? Again, no news, gapping up 14%, trading 3 times the average volume, 13 million in float stock. Back burner that up? Yep. Burn it? I'm thinking the same thing. Either burn it or back burner it, right? Back burner it. All right, so it's on the back burner. Let's move on, guys. We'll keep it on watch and see if it sets up. Support's back down around 69 cents. Yesterday's close. So if we do come back down towards around yesterday's close and we bounce, we have opportunity, right? So keep it on watch above yesterday's close. Right now, we would be gapping up. Watch for it to pull back, fade and fall, back down towards around yesterday's close. That's a level of support. If it holds on up and you find support there, you could take it back up towards around 75 to 77 cents on SPCB. But I think there's better opportunity in the market. Let's talk about SMFL, right? So SMFL, currently number 1, 2, 3, 4, number 5 on the leaderboard. It's gapping up 32%. It's trading 18 million shares, right, guys? That's almost 5 times the average volume. So we have really good volume on SMFL. It's a low float stock, right? 7 million in float. SMFL this morning, they were selected by Amazon, right? That's really the key word. They were selected by Amazon, right? To introduce several of its key SKUs into Amazon's storefront in Singapore. So again, keyword, selected by Amazon. Low float stock, trading 5 times the average volume, currently gapping up 33%, currently pulling back off these pre-market highs from 175 to 122 support. Look at this daily chart, guys, right? Really focus on the daily chart. Look at the news. Look at what we've been doing in pre-market. What do you guys think? Keep it on the watch list, top stock, back burner, or completely remove it? What are you guys thinking? What are you guys thinking? Honest answers. Top stock to watch, back burner trade, completely take it off the watch list. SMFL, what are you guys thinking right now at this point in time? Kits King nailed it. That's what I was looking for. Kits King, keep it. High volume, newer IPO stock. Absolutely. Anything with Amazon is tasty. You dang right. Trinity Trader. Anything with Amazon looks good. Typically, we make some pretty decent moves with any stock that has Amazon in it. The other thing that really stands out to me is it is a newer IPO stock, guys. I really like this stock. I really like SMFL as it's a newer IPO stock, and we've seen these newer IPO stocks rip and run. Check NRSN from yesterday when we have a catalyst with these newer IPO stocks. They can absolutely take on off, and it's a low float stock, and they were selected by Amazon. So you got great news, you got a great catalyst, great volume, low float stock, newer IPO. These stocks can rip and run. I really like SMFL. SMFL is my number 1 stock to watch for the day, guys. If it dumps and fades, I'll take it off the watch list. But right now at this point in time, above 120, this is my top stock to watch. And one of the biggest reasons besides the news is the fact that it's a newer IPO stock. And when we have these newer IPO stocks that get a catalyst, right? Look at how big they can run. This is just one example. I don't remember the other examples that we've had, but think about the last couple of months. All of these newer IPO stocks, low floats, good volume, good news, they rip and run, right? So I definitely want to keep SMFL on top stock watch list, right? Definitely one of the top stocks to watch above that 120. We do have potential back up right around 140 underneath these lows from pre-market, right around 140. Then we do have potential back up to this pre-market resistance between 165 and 175. But on the daily chart, we have resistance at 180. So there's going to be a good amount of resistance between 165 and 180. But there's a lot of potential to get back up there. If we ever break over 180, guys, we have room to 226 to 237. Anything over 237, we could see it at 267, 3, and then 325. And you guys are like, it's not going to get there. There's no way it's going to make that kind of move. Well, that was kind of the thing yesterday. There's no way NRSN is going to break over that high from the IPO at 470. Well, it did, and it ripped to $8.18 on NRSN. So when you have a strong catalyst, when you have a low float stock, you have strong news, right? Strong news, strong catalyst, strong volume, low float, and you add in the fact that it's a newer IPO stock, this is definitely a good opportunity stock today, guys, right? It may not do anything. It could dump on off back down to $1. But as long as it holds this 120 support and we eventually break this downtrend here, we have a lot of great potential with SMFL. #1 stock at this point in time, guys. Number 2, what do we got? We got DPRO. DPRO is number 2 on the leaderboard. It is currently up 84%. It's trading 27 million shares. On average, this stock trades 200,000 shares. We are trading substantial volume on DPRO. It's a nice lower float stock as well. It's 30 million in float, and I like it, right? What's the reason it's moving? Right? Why is it moving? I love the volume. It's gapping up great. Nice low float stock. But why is this stock gapping up 84%? Why is it trading substantial volume? Well, this morning they received an order for critical life-saving drones from revived soldiers Ukraine for immediate deployment to Ukraine, right? So again, they received an order for their critical life-saving drones for soldiers in Ukraine, and that's for immediate deployment to Ukraine. So it has to do with what's going on, right? Ukraine-Russia tensions, a large government order. Boom, DPRO, it's up 84%. It's trading great volume. What are you guys thinking? Obviously, we keep it on watch. That's not even a question. Obviously, we keep it on watch. We got great news, great volume, nice gap up, low float stock. Stock going from 167 to 344. I'm definitely liking DPRO, guys. Definitely liking DPRO. So let's keep this one on watch. We do have some light support right around $3, right? $3 psychological natural support. And resistance right now is the 200 SMA at 331, which is right around pre-market highs. So we have $3 support. We crack below $3, probably back down towards around 287. And if we start cracking below 287, guys, we could see this fall all the way back down towards around 258 here on DPRO. Okay, so we really want to see this hold above 288 at the lowest. Ideally, staying above $3 would be great. Back up to 331, 200 SMA, right around pre-market highs. We start breaking that 200 SMA, and we start breaking these pre-market highs of 344. We do have potential to 375, 4 to 406. And then we have this big gap to be filled on the daily chart as well, guys. So if we ever start breaking 4 and 406 today on DPRO, we can see this move very, very fast, potentially filling this gap up towards around $5. So definitely #2 on watch, right? We got SMFL. That's a top stock to watch. We have DPRO. This is absolutely a top stock to watch. A lot of great opportunity, great news, great volume, nice low float stock as well. Moving on, we got KXIN, right? So KXIN right now is gapping up 16%. It's trading 7 million shares. On average, it trades 800,000, so we're trading 10 times the average volume. It's a large float stock. It's 117 million in float, right? So it's definitely going to take a little bit to get this thing going. But why is the stock gapping up 16%? Why is it trading 10 times the average volume here on KXIN? Well, this morning, KXIN, they announced an order of 5,000 new energy logistic vehicles. So a new order of 5,000 new energy logistics vehicles. Large float stock, 10 times the average volume traded today. It's up 17%. KXIN. Top stock to watch, back burner, or completely take it off the watch list. What are you guys thinking right now at this point in time? KXIN, top stock, back burner, or completely take it off the watch list? Muta saying back burner. Jester saying top. DM saying top. All right, well, I'm right in the middle. I wasn't going to put it on my top stock to watch. I was going to put it on the back burner. But if you guys say top stock to watch, let's keep it on watch, right? If we need to take it to the back burner because we have another stock that looks better, we'll then take it to the back burner and replace it with a stock that looks a lot better. So right now, I was thinking more putting KXIN on a back burner, right? But if you guys think it should be a top stock, we'll go ahead and make it a top stock. But definitely SMFL supersedes KXIN. Much better opportunity. Gets more of my focus. DPRO gets more of my focus. But for now, we'll keep KXIN on the top stock watch list. I was thinking more of a back burner, guys, right? I was thinking more of a back burner. But let's go ahead and dive through the rest of this watch list. We got TRKA. Right? TRKA, gapping up 30%, trading 10 million shares. On average, it trades 375,000 shares. We're trading 20 times, over 20x the average volume. Again, up 30%, 23 million in float stock. TRKA, they announced acquisition, adding $300 million of revenue and $21 million of net income. Shares are currently moving up off of the completion of their acquisition. TRKA, right? We got some acquisition news, generating more revenue, right? Adding 300 million of revenue, $21 million of net income based on that acquisition. It's gapping up 30%, really good volume, 23 million in flow. TRKA, top stock, back burner, or completely take it off. What are you guys thinking? Top stock, back burner, or completely take it off that watch list? Back burner. All right, TRKA is not terrible, right? TRKA is definitely not a bad looking stock. It just needs to start picking on up here a little bit. You do have support right around 120, top resistance right around 150 to 165, right? 200 SMA. If it ever breaks over the 200 SMA, you could see it at $2. But I would say, here's my guess, here's my answer. I would say back burner it. That's personally me, right? KXIN, I would say back burner it. TRKA, I would say back burner it. And here's why. We haven't even talked about PALI yet, right? PALI, number 3 on the leaderboard, currently gapping up 72%, trading 9 million shares. On average, it trades 1 million, trading 9x today. So we have good volume. It's a nice low float stock as well. 11 million in float, up 72%. Here's why I like PALI more than TRKA and KXIN. PALI, they received FDA study may proceed letter for their pivotal phase 3 clinical trial. So they received FDA may proceed, and it's in regards to their phase 3 clinical trial. When we see anything FDA clearance, FDA anything, that generates some attention. Anything that has to do with phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 trials generates attention. Now, if this was completing phase 3 trials and meeting primary endpoints, you would see a much bigger move with PALI. But again, you're seeing some of those keywords. Phase 3 pivotal trials, FDA may proceed letter, right? We have some keywords in this press release. PALI is number 2 on the leaderboard, trading 9 times the average volume, 11 million in flow. I like PALI simply because it has the volume, it's a nice low flow stock, and has a pretty decent press release. So PALI, what are you guys thinking? Top stock to watch, back burner, or completely take it off that watch list? What are we thinking? I want to have at least 3 to 5 top stocks. If we can reduce this to 3 top stocks to watch out of the gate, I'd rather have 3 top stocks. If we can take it down to 2, I would rather have 2 top stocks to watch out of the gate, right? That's the goal. Eliminate the noise, focus on the top stocks that have the best potential right out of the gate. Everything else is a back burner play that could make its way up to becoming a top stock. So we still get prepared on those stocks. But what are you guys thinking? Top stock, top stock, top stock? All right, PALI. We'll definitely keep this one on watch as one of our top stocks. All right, support right now, pre-market lows, right around 123. We have resistance between 147 and 159 here on PALI, right? PALI breaking over that 159 to 160. It does have potential to $2 and then $2.26. PALI, let's go ahead and make this one of our top stocks that we watch right out of the gate, right? And then last but not least, ENSV is moving with oil. So you go look at oil, right? You see a nice little run up, dropped on off, consolidating back up. ENSV, nice run up, dropping on off, consolidating back up. ENSV is literally the only stock that's within that small cap oil stock grouping that's getting some activity towards it, ENSV. So right now, I want to add this as a back burner watch. It's currently gapping up almost $1, about 80 cents here in pre-market. At one point, it was actually leading the board in pre-market, ENSV. Last night, got some great action from 340 to 485. Pulling back to 380, bouncing back up to the 440s. Oil was moving, ENSV is moving. Here's another thing. ENSV is a short squeeze candidate. Every single day, there's a report, there's an article saying, hey, ENSV is heavily shorted. This could be the next stock that goes on a short squeeze. INDO, heavily shorted. This stock could go on a short squeeze, right? That's still bringing attention and some activity into some of these stocks like INDO and ENSV. But again, keep in mind, the only reason these stocks are going to rip and run again and become consistent and just very simple to trade is if oil really starts ripping and running again as well. So ENSV, for the simple fact that it is gapping up and we have volume in pre-market, I do want to keep it on watch, but right now it's a back burner stock, and I am going to be watching oil again, and if oil starts breaking back above that 111, we could see it up at 115 and 120. That's going to bring some attention back on over to these small cap oil stocks. So right now at this point in time, just because it's gapping up and because we have volume, I do want to keep it on watch to see if this is a stock that does get some activity and some attention today over on ENSV. So ENSV has some light support right around 382. Top resistance right around 445. Anything over 445, we could see it up towards around 480. Right now at this point in time, it is a back burner stock. So let's go ahead and recap what we have. Number one, SMFL. Above 120, breaking the downtrend. We have so much potential to the upside. Great volume, low float stock, Amazon News, newer IPO. This stock could definitely rip and run. Number one stock to start our day. Number two, DPRO, right? Number three, PALI. Those are our top three stocks to start our day, okay? Back burner stocks at this point in time that have good potential. You got TRKA, right? Back burner stock. Definitely has some potential. Bottom support, 120. Top resistance right now, 150, 165, and then 172, right? You got that 200-day moving average right at 164. We got to break and hold that 200 SMA. And if we can, we could see TRKA up to $2. But right now at this point in time, I think there's better opportunity in the market. TRKA is a back burner stock. KXIN, same thing. A little bit of a back burner. We do have room back to 166. And then we could see this back up towards around those pre-market highs or right around our 200 SMA at 195. Again, KXIN has some news. It's a larger float stock, but it is trading good volume. But right now, it's clear that there's some better opportunity in the market. KXIN, back burner stock. And then ENSV, we just talked about it, back burner stock. But to start the day, guys, SMFL, DPRO, and PALI are going to be the top three stocks that we're watching right at 9:30. We already talked about SPCB. It could pull back, fade and fall right when we open, back down to yesterday's close at 69 cents. If we come down to 69 cents, you can grab this for a nice little bounce play or wait to see if it actually establishes support and sets up for a reversal off yesterday's close. If you see that take place, we would have some room back up towards around 77 cents and then maybe even 89 cents here on SPCB. Again, this is a back burner stock at this point in time. Now, I'm sure you guys are asking, what about CYRN, one of yesterday's top gainers? What about NRSN, one of yesterday's top gainers, right? Very quickly, because we have 5 minutes to go. What have we been seeing with small cap penny stocks? You have a big green day, right? What's happening probably 80 to 90% of the time? I would say 80 to 90% of the time, you have a top gaining stock, huge green day, NRSN as a prime example. It gaps down overnight and it opens lower, possibly setting up for a mid-candle breakout. So the fact that we are gapping down from 623 towards around $5, right in the middle of yesterday's big move, I would think that we would sit sideways today on NRSN. Close red, right in the middle of yesterday's big green day, and possibly set up for a mid-candle breakout. It's still on watch today. It could rip and run again, but if it doesn't, and if it sits sideways, high watch tomorrow for the possible mid-candle breakout. Same thing with CYRN. We close at 908. We're gapping down to $8. All right. CYRN actually looks like it could move today, right? We are sitting right at 780 support. We've been consolidating sideways right above that level. We could see this open and start ripping again to the upside. NRSN, definitely the ideal candidate for a possible mid-candle breakout tomorrow. I really don't expect too much out of NRSN. I would say I'm like 80% confident we'll see it sit sideways and set up for a possible mid-candle breakout. CYRN could do the same thing, right? But I still think there's more of a chance to see CYRN move today again versus NRSN. But we still have two good candidates for possible mid-candle breakouts. But based on these two, which one would I think could move today, right? I would say CYRN, as I think a stock that was moving yesterday that could see a nice another green day to the upside. But if not, we definitely do have an ideal candidate for a mid-candle breakout tomorrow as well, assuming CYRN sits sideways. So right now, yeah, NRSN, one of yesterday's top gainers, CYRN, one of yesterday's top gainers. Both of these could possibly set up for mid-candle breakouts. CYRN is the one stock that I think could still move today and have a nice another little green day to the upside. But if not, definitely on high watch for a mid-candle breakout tomorrow. So that's our day, guys, right? We have quite a few stocks that we talked about. There was definitely a lot going on in pre-market, but we eliminated the noise. We dissected everything very thoroughly. We understand what's moving, why it's moving, and we've identified what stocks we think have the best potential for the day. And normally we hit it right on the head. So do you think the top stock today is going to be SMFL? If you guys are over on YouTube, go ahead and type up what ticker you think is going to do the best today. Is it going to be SMFL? Is it going to be DPRO? Do you think it's going to be PALI? Do you think the top stock today is going to be one of our back burners, right? Maybe one of our back burner stocks. That could be a stock like TRKA, KXIN, or even SPCB, right? Maybe one of those back burners. Or do you think it's going to be something completely else? So the poll is in, ladies and gentlemen. Go ahead and cast your votes right at the top of chat. What stock do you think will do the best today? SMFL, DPRO, PALI, maybe one of our back burners. It could be TRKA, KXIN, SPCB, or something completely else. What stock do you guys think inside of chat has the best potential for today? You guys got 1 minute. Go ahead and cast your votes. The poll is in. And right now we have 80% of chat saying SMFL. All right, what are you guys thinking over on the YouTube? All right, what stock do you think has the best potential for the day? MULN, I think we're going to see another day of pulling back. I don't think MULN is going to see a nice big green day today. I think we see another red day. I think we see MULN continue to pull back a little bit, maybe down to like 245, right? Possibly setting up for a rebound tomorrow. That's what I'm thinking. Anything could happen though, but I'm thinking that we'll see it pull back today, possibly set up and start pushing again tomorrow or later this week. So right now, 62% of chat saying SMFL, and it's a tie between DPRO and PALI. So right now, to start the day, team, we are going to be watching SMFL right out of the gate. SMFL right out of the gate. Markets open. We are now live. Let's have a fun day. Let's have an awesome day. Let's lock in some big time profits, team, and let's make it happen. Get fired up, get motivated, because today, team, is going to be an awesome day in the market. Again, SMFL support is right there at 120. If it starts to break this downtrend, we could see SMFL really start to take on off, guys, breaking that downtrend. Newer IPO stock, has some really good volume as well, guys, over on SMFL. And right now, we need to keep this on high watch, breaking that downtrend above 120. We could see this thing take on off back up to 140, 150, and then between 165 and 180 here on SMFL. Right, newer IPO stock, great news, right? Selected by Amazon, great volume, low flow overall. This stock has what it needs to be one of the top stocks on the day. So right now, we definitely should be watching SMFL, team. So we do want to watch it above this 118 to 120 level here on SMFL. We want to see just a decent, clean, simple break of this downtrend. And if we get a nice, clean, simple break of the downtrend, that's where I would expect to see a good amount of volume move in. If we do crack below that 118 level, you could actually see this down at $1, right? So if it does crack below 118, you definitely don't want to be in the trade because it has room to fade and fall back down towards around $1. But right now, 118 to 120 support, cracking below that level. You guys don't want to be in this trade because it has potential to fall back down towards around $1. But right now, not only are you sitting off that 118 to 120 support from pre-market, it's also the 20 EMA right at 118 as well. So gap up, pulling back, retesting the 20 EMA. It's also some daily resistance. It's also that pre-market low. SMFL has a lot of great potential, guys. So it's on high watch right now for the potential break of the downtrend. That's where things will start getting really exciting, possibly interesting. Start to see this thing really take on off on SMFL. And again, this stock has a lot of great potential to the upside today. But first things first, needs to break that downtrend. Cannot drop below 118. We break the downtrend, we should be good to go up at least to 137 to 140, 150, and then 165 to 180 here on SMFL. All right, so right now the top stock that we are watching is SMFL. We want to see some volume move on in, break over the high a day, which is also breaking the downtrend, breaking over 130 as well is where I think we should see, where we can see a lot of good volume start to move on in. Again, below 118, I would not like this stock below 118 because again, below 118, it shows potential to fall all the way back down to $1, guys. All right. So right now, I know we are watching SMFL because SMFL does have a lot of great potential. The news was pretty good. Nice low float stock, great volume, newer IPO. And we know that these stocks, when they move, they move. It may not take place today. It may not rip and run. But if it starts moving and it starts breaking on out with some volume, it could really take on off. So that's why I think we should definitely keep it on watch just to see if we do indeed start to get a break of that downtrend above this 118 level of support. here on SMFL. Again, I don't want to be all over the place, right? We're 5 minutes in. I don't want to be back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Find one stock, watch it. If it sets up, build your plan, make your entries. If it doesn't set up, take your attention elsewhere. But as long as this is above 118 to 120, it still has potential. Last thing I want to do is click off this stock, go look at something else, come back in 2 minutes, and see SMFL breaking the downtrend, already up 20 cents to the upside. So right now, I just want to wait to see what happens over the next few minutes with SMFL. Is it going to crack, fade, and fall, and dump on off? Or is it going to start to get that break of the downtrend? And this could be the opportunity, right? It only takes one great trade, one good setup to make your day. Right now, not looking the best. We may go ahead and shift our attention elsewhere if it starts dropping below 118 on SMFL. Right? I know DPRO is ripping on up, guys. Actually, I need to get these scanners off here. My bad. My bad. Scanners are live now. We're all set, ready to rock. I'm looking down at the scanners. I'm like, what? We got pre-market scanners still up. All right, so for a couple more moments, we're still just looking at SMFL. Right? It could crack, fade, and fall, may not set up, and that's okay. But if it doesn't crack, if it doesn't fade and fall, and it bounces strong here above 118 to 120, starts popping back up into that downtrend, look for a break, right? Look for a break. It's a downtrend break off support. This could be the stock that really starts taking on off, guys. So right now, I know we're about 7 minutes into the day, but instead of having your head on a swivel, looking at this stock, that stock, that stock, identify a stock that has good potential. If it sets up, take your trade. This thing could start taking on off. But if it doesn't set up, then you just completely walk away from it, right? And take your attention elsewhere. I just want to give it a few more minutes. Just a few more minutes because we put in a little 1 minute doji above 120. High volume on the last 1 minute candle. It starts popping back up towards around 125, that's the point in time that it may start breaking that downtrend. But if it starts cracking below 120 here, it's just done for. It's going to probably fade and fall down towards around that $1 level here on SMFL. So here in a second, we are going to shift our attention elsewhere, guys, because right now, if it was going to break, I would have expected it to already break that 125, 127 downtrend level. And right now, it just doesn't look the best. All right, SMFL right now had good opportunity, great potential out of the gate, but right now it's just not really doing too much at this point in time. All right, let's shift our attention to DPRO. So light support back down at 341. So pre-market high, nice break above, right up to our 375 target. Support right now, 341 here on DPRO. Watch for a red to green move, guys. Red to green move on KXIN. You're finding support right around 145. You're starting to see that U shape. Right, you're starting to see that U shape above 145. Watch for a possible red to green move on KXIN team. Right now, watch for the pullback on DPRO. Pullback towards around 341 on DPRO, guys. Again, 341 for a dip buy. You can probably grab a 341 dip buy on DPRO, scalp it very, very quickly for a quick little profit, and then leave a little bit of your position on the table for a possible runner. So maybe a 341 dip buy, grab about 15, maybe 10 to 15 cents out of that for a quick scalp, and then hold a little bit to see if it's a big time rebound and a big time bounce and a nice follow through, maybe back up to $4. You know, hit a new high a day there. I do not know. I do not use Webull. So I think Corey uses Webull, and a couple other traders in chat, they use Webull. So anybody having Webull crash on them today, maybe check to see if there's an update. Maybe you need to do an update on Webull. So yeah, shut it down, right? Addy, shut it down and, you know, restart and see if there's an update that needs to come through. And if it could be just a simple reset, but there also could be an update that needs to come through as well. So right now, we're just kind of waiting for DPRO to find a solid level of support to take a trade off of. And again, support's that pre-market high of 341, guys. Support is the pre-market high of 341. You came down pretty close. You came down to 345 here. So you got pretty darn close to it. Really close to that spiking high. I mean, that may be close enough to where you actually see a nice big rebound now. But again, that pre-market high right around 340 to 343, that's still going to be one of the better levels of support here on DPRO. Watch CYRN above 780, guys. So again, we fell, we opened, nice little sell-off, back above 780. 780 is your level of support here on CYRN. As long as we stay above 780 on CYRN, you have room to 833, you have room to 950, and then high nines, right around like 980 to 990 on CYRN. So right now we are watching CYRN. This was that one stock that said, hey, it probably could move today and not give us the mid candle, but NSRN is definitely the one that looks best for a mid candle for tomorrow. So do not sleep on CYRN, supports at 780. And then we're just waiting for DPRO to set up for us, guys. That's really it. We're just waiting for it to set up for us. So again, right now at this point in time, we're watching DPRO to see how much lower we could possibly come, right? Are we going to come down to that 341, 343, maybe get a nice little dip buy, nice little bounce play opportunity there, right? DPRO, we're still sitting back watching that. Still kind of sitting back watching PALI, supports at 123 on PALI. TRKA is not doing a lot. KXIN not doing a lot. ENSV not doing a lot. And then SPCB not really doing anything either, guys. So right now it's DPRO, still just watching SMFL right around this 117 to 120 mark. And we definitely need to put some focus on CYRN and see if this thing could set back up for us. Want to see a nice little pullback here before getting involved with CYRN. But again, there's a lot of potential here, and we can see that it's already up $1 since we broke on out. We have room to 9. We can see it up towards around 946 to 950, and then back up towards around like 987 to $10 on CYRN. Right now, a pullback down towards around the open, right off that little hiccup candle as well. I would say a good little pullback to get a dip buy, maybe off support, or to see support form for a possible reversal, be right around 8 to 809. So we want to see that level of support hold on up here on CYRN, right around that 8 to 809 level. Watch SMFL, guys. Potential double bottom. If we break with good volume back above 120 and the buyers, the bids, can regain 120, watch this for the 125 break, and that's also a break of the downtrend. So right now, potential double bottom on SMFL right around that 117 level. You want to see buyers step back up above 120, continue to see this volume move on in up to 125, and then a break of the downtrend. We have room to 134 and then 140 on SMFL. So watch SMFL above 117 for the break of the downtrend. Watch CYRN back down towards around 8 to 809 support. And we are also watching DPRO and its level of supports back down towards around that 343. But right now, SMFL starting to pick on up. We're starting to see a little bit of a pop in volume off the double bottom back above 120. So right now, SMFL needs to be on everybody's watch, right? Watch for SMFL to break that 125 and to also break this downtrend. We could see it at 128, 134, and then back up towards around that 140 level. So you got a couple levels of resistance, 125, 128, 134, and 140. But again, newer IPO stock, low float, good volume, SMFL right now. Let's see if we get that 124 to 125 breakout. Stops are below 117. There's 125 on the bid. We need to start to see these buyers step on up now. Break the downtrend, rip and run. Do not struggle, do not stall. Break the downtrend, rip and run here. SMFL. 126 on the bid. There we go. Now we got to break over that 128. If we can just get a clean, strong break over 128, this thing could start moving, guys. Right now, it's moving. 127 on the bid, right at 128. Let's get that 128, 130 break. Let's get that next big time leg up. There we go. There's 130. That's what we're talking about, baby. 134 is your first targets, right? 128 was actually a first target. 128. Next target's going to be 134 and then 140 here on SMFL. You're getting some initial profit taking. That's common. It's normal. The stock just went from 117 to 130. Very, very strong volume, right? So you're going to see some profit taking. That's normal. But you want to see it moderate, right? Moderate profit taking, not aggressive, not dumping on off, but just pulling back a little bit, seeing some profit taking, but also seeing buyers stepping back in once traders are done locking in those profits, continuing to get that stock pushed to the upside. 134 and then 140. Over that 140, you got a 150 target and then a 180 target on SMFL. Wouldn't really be 180. I would say 165 to 180. I want to clarify that. 165 to 180. That's going to be your range of resistance. Right now, we got to lock in a little bit of profit right around 134. That's VWAP. So I would assume, I would figure that you guys should maybe lock in about 25% of your position. So depending on how many shares you have, I would be locking in 25% right around this 130 to 134. So there's 130 on the bid. I have not locked any profit yet. So here's my P&L, guys. So again, I took that long. I was building a position down towards around 120 because we had that 117 to 120 support, and I really like this trade. This was my top stock to watch for the day. I just locked in a little bit of profit right at 131. I took about 25% of my position. I still have 75% of my position looking to see if this stock is strong enough to break the VWAP, to break 135 up to 140. So I did lock up 25% of my position on SMFL. Currently up 572 at this point in time. My cost basis is 120. I was scaling in, averaging, building a nice position. I did take an initial stop loss when we saw that red candle, but once we started to see the double bottom, I started to rebuild a position and I got a nice cost basis right around 120. And I have some breathing room, right? I have about 10 cents of breathing room. Support is right at that 9 EMA, right at that downtrend. So as long as we stay above those levels, right around 124 to 125, we're still good to go for a potential break over that VWAP coming on up. So right now we can still see buyers are fighting here, guys, right? You saw some initial profit taking, which is common right at the VWAP. That's why we lock in profits at VWAP. Profit taking is normal. You just want to see decreasing volume along these pullbacks. That's going to tell you that, you know, those profit takers are slowly being depleted, right? Sellers are slowly working themselves out of the stock. They're done taking profits, and there's that opportunity for buyers to move back in and transition back to the upside. So again, right now, that wasn't too bad of a candle. That was a nice little drop off, but again, it occurred with light selling volume, which is a benefit. Right now, we have a potential 9 EMA VWAP squeeze. Now, I know this is on a 1 minute time frame, right? I don't really look too much at the 9 EMA VWAP squeezes on a 1 minute time frame, but again, it's something to be mindful of right now. We want to see that nice little squeeze over VWAP up to 140 and then 150. Like I said, this was the one stock that I wanted to put 80 to 90% of my focus on, right? 80 to 90% of my focus this morning was on SMFL. Literally, I did not even look at another stock until about what, like 9:40? I was looking at SMFL and I was still watching it off to the side because I believed that SMFL had a lot of good potential today, guys. Right, so let's see, is this stock strong enough? Does this stock really have that potential to make that big time move back to 140, 150? And then between 165 to 180, that's a pretty decent move. We maybe have another 50 cents to the upside, right? Breaking over 180, you could see 2 and then 225 on SMFL. So right now my finger's on the trigger just in case I decide to lock in a little bit more profits here. I do want to walk away from this trade profitable, even if it's 500 bucks. 500 bucks is 500 bucks, guys. 400 bucks is 400 bucks. I still want to walk away from this trade profitable. I do not want to see it back below 124. I really don't want to see it closing below this 9 EMA. I want to see the 9 EMA come down and bounce, pop back up, and then follow through with a break of that VWAP. If that doesn't take place, I will lock in the small profit that I have, and I will wait for a re-entry. But right now, I'm still willing to hold this just to see if we stay above that 9 EMA and that 125 level and see if we get a nice little bounce and a nice follow through for the break of that VWAP. But right now, 50-50, right? Maybe 60-40. Not like super duper duper confident, but there's still a lot of good potential here. And that's why I'm still holding about 75% of my position to see if I can't get that nice big run. I mean, I remember NRSN, I was locking in profits really, really quick, right? Completely out. I missed $5 to the upside, right? I want to scale out of this trade. Lock in 25% here, lock in 25% there, and eventually put myself in a position to leave maybe 25% of my position on the table as a runner just to see how high the stock could go. So my game plan is at these 3 targets, right? Locking in 25%, which I just did right around the VWAP. My next target is 140. I'm going to lock in 25%. Next target, 150. I'm going to lock in a little bit more. Up towards around that 160 to 185, I'm going to lock in some more. But at that point in time, if we see that take place, I want to have at least maybe a few thousand shares on the table to continue to capitalize on this if it does rip to 180, to 226. So not my style of trading, right? I'm usually an all-in, all-out trader, but the market, it's been hot. Market conditions have been great. We have a good press release, great news, low float, newer IPO stock. It has potential, right? It has that potential to be a big-time mover. It may not happen. It may drop on off like that. But again, I'm willing to work with this trade to see if I get that big-time move. And right now, it's not happening. It's pretty crazy. The times that I say, you know what, I'm going to scale out is the time I wish I would have just locked up all of my profit. The times that I lock in all of my profits are the times that I wish I would have left a runner on the table. I can't win, right? In RSN, I locked up everything. It ripped, right? SMFL, I wanted to lock it all up, but I said, you know what, I'm going to leave a runner on the table. And right now, it's not looking the best. So still have 75% of my position on the table. I'm right at break even at this point in time. And I'm still trying to be, you know, relatively patient with SMFL. My cost basis is 120. I'll stop out at 120. Still looking to see if it gets a little bit of a bounce and a little bit of a rebound, but that last candle, not too crazy about it. But again, as long as we do not completely drop on off below 120, there's still some decent potential here with SMFL. Right now, just looking at those candles and looking at the price action, it keeps just getting pushed down, pushed down, pushed down, pushed down. So I'm not super confident because we don't see it really popping up to the upside. We don't really see it jumping to the upside, right? We see more of it trying to bounce on up, but it keeps getting pushed down, keeps getting pushed down, keeps getting pushed down. So right now, I'm leaning towards it'll probably stop me outside. That's definitely what I'm thinking is I'll probably get stopped out here at 120. So if that's the case, I'm going to lock in another 2,500 shares. Because I'm break even. I'd rather walk away break even, and I could always re-enter the position. Let's say 122. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and lock in a little bit more because it is getting hit pretty hard on the time and sales. And I'm going to go ahead and lock it up, and I'll re-enter, guys. I should have locked it all up right at VWAP, but again, I wanted to give it a chance to see if it could rip and run. Let's see if it sets back up. So right now, PALI fading and falling. TRKA fading and falling. KXIN fading and falling. ENSV not doing anything either. DPRO fading and falling. SMFL fading and falling. CYRN fading and falling. So right now, there's nothing. Right, literally. In the market, you sit on your hands, guys. There's not a lot happening right now at this point in time. I am break even on the day. It's all good. I was worth giving that a shot. It was worth trying to hold that for a bigger move. But again, I went ahead and did the right thing. I got out, break even trade. We got LLL. What's up with LLL here? So they dropped a press release late. So they dropped a press release right after 9:30. So they signed a blockbuster deal. $60 million agreement. So we got LLL currently halted to the upside. The stock right now is up 128%. We are currently halted at 457. We do have potential to see $5 on LLL, possibly up towards around 550. Right now, support right back down towards around 368 on LLL. The stock was halted at 955.46. We will be live at 10:46, like 10 o'clock and 46 seconds. So we have about 1 minute until LLL goes live. So we got about 1 minute to go on LLL. SPCB, again, not doing too much right now, team. ENSV, not worth your time. KXIN, not worth your time. TRKA, not worth your time. PALI, not worth your time. Still watching DPRO. See where this is going to find support, but right now, not looking the best. And then SMFL, same thing. It had the double bottom. It broke the downtrend. It failed. We'll still keep it on watch above that 117, 118 mark and see if SMFL can potentially set back up. So LLL is halted due to volatility. So LLL dropped a press release right at 9:36 and 9:47 that they signed a $60 million sales agreement. This is a very low float stock, right? 2 million in float, currently up 128. Halted 2 times, off news, and it's halted due to volatility. We should be live. We should have been live. So this may be a 10-minute halt, guys. So if this is a 10-minute halt, you're going to be live at 10:05:46. What was the first halt? The first halt was 10 minutes, guys. Right? So this is going to be a 10-minute halt. So 10:05:46, we will be live here on LLL. George, how do you lock up partial shares? So if you have a 1,000 share position, you would just type in 250 shares and you could sell 4 times. So sell, 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 sell. That would close out your entire position. So that's how you lock up partial shares. You just readjust how many shares you actually sell. So again, if you have 1,000 shares and you want to scale out in increments of 25%, you would just go ahead and scale out in 250 share increments, right? 250 shares times 4, you would close out that entire 1,000 share position. You have to manually go back in there and type in the share size that you want to sell. If you guys are watching the SPY today, right? The SPY is right at 448 resistance. That was a level that we were looking at yesterday, was 448 resistance. If we break over 448 resistance, your next target on the SPY is going to be 449.45. It depends. Austin, does scaling out mess with the PDT rule? It depends, right? If you buy all in, like say you buy 1,000 shares and you scale out 250, 250, 250, 250, that'll count as one day trade. But let's say you buy 1,000 shares and then you buy another 1,000 shares and then you sell 1,000 shares and then sell another 1,000 shares, right? That's still one ticker. That's one stock you traded. You bought 2 times, you sold 2 times. That's going to count as 2-day trades. So it depends on how you are actually entering or exiting the position. If you go all in, you can scale out. If you scale in, you have to go all out for that to count as one trade. But if you scale in and scale out, that's going to count as multiple trades. PLL halted. Well, yesterday they're going to conduct a public offering. Shares were halted before the announcement. So what we can do is we can go over to the NASDAQ website and see exactly why this stock was halted. So again, if you just go over to the, I think it's the NASDAQ Trader website. It should be the NASDAQ Trader website. It's not NYSE. I'm pretty sure it's NASDAQ. Yeah, it's NASDAQ. If we go look at PLL, I would assume it's halted pending news. But it's NASDAQ's trader site. They haven't renewed their security ticket, so I can't get into NASDAQtrader.com website to see exactly why, but I would assume it's halted pending news, because yesterday they dropped a press release stating that they were going to be doing a public offering of 1.5 million shares of its common stock. So I would assume, right, without the data in front of me, that it's halted pending news on PLL, because it hasn't traded since last night. And the shares were halted ahead of the announcement. So they did halt the shares ahead of that announcement. So it is halted pending news. Right now, LLL is halted due to volatility, but LLL will be live in about 10 seconds, guys. So all eyes, we are live on LLL. We are live on LLL. I'm long on LLL. I'm long on LLL at 496 for the halt strategy. Was looking to see if we got that nice little halt strategy, nice little rip and run to the upside. But right now, it is not getting that pop on up here, guys. So it came down, halt strategy. I was a late fill on my part, so I went ahead and got out of that trade quick. I saw the gap up, came right down to the halt level. By the time I got filled, I did get a pretty late fill on LLL. Now it's ripping. It's ripping. LLL right now, new high a day, 548. There's a lot of action here. This is a riskier play, guys. It's very volatile. It's moving very, very quickly on LLL. Over 550. This thing could hit $6. There's 550. Let's see if we get a break over 550 up to $6. Nice little halt strategy, and there's $6. Very close. 560 on the bid. Back below 550, I lock it up. Back below 575, I lock it up. Let's see if we get a break over 6 here, guys. I'm not taking my finger off the trigger because I do have a position. I'm going to go ahead and lock it up. I'm going to go ahead and lock it up on LLL. So halt strategy. I got a late fill. Came back down. Broke out. I took that trade. And right now I left some money on the table, but I was able to grab about $300 on LLL. Very risky trade, very volatile. The thing could have dumped on off. I wasn't very aggressive on position sizing, but I did jump in with a small position to at least try and capitalize on that continuation move to the upside on LLL. That was a very quick trade. I did not have enough time to call that out, guys. Plus, it was very, very risky, right? Those halt trades, yeah, they can rip up $2. They can also dump on off $2. We do have room next towards around 793 on LLL. 793 on LLL. So if you guys grab that for the halt strategy and you're still in, congrats. You're going to get halted at 666 is the halt level. If you hit 660, it's 667. 667 is the current halt level here on LLL. So while this calms down and sets up for us, guys, let's just look and see if we have anything else moving. SPCB, no. ENSV, no. KXIN, no. TRKA, PALI. DPRO is not bad. Look for a break of the downtrend off support. You do have $3 support on DPRO. You have a nice downtrend as well. If you guys like these downtrend breaks off levels of support, you do have a very nice downtrend break setup starting to form on DPRO. You have $3 support. You want to see a break of the downtrend to make your entries. Stops go under support and look left. These prior highs and prior lows, those are going to be your targets to the upside. So you do have some opportunity with DPRO coming on up, guys. Nice downtrend break strategy above $3 support. You do have potential back up to 330. You can see it back up towards around 350 and then 375 on DPRO. Stops would have to be under $3 as that's right underneath that level of support. So right now we do have some light support right around 557 on LLL. Better support would be back down towards around 460 here on LLL. TJ, nice, dude. Nice little 146 on LLL. This moved quick, so we gapped up out of the halt. It came down, and by time I clicked buy, I got in on the top of the candle. It moved that quick. Open, came down, I bought. By the time I got filled at 530. And then we saw that, right? So I cut it real quick. And then I saw the re-break of 5. I jumped back in, and I took it for that move on up there. So at first it was a loser, and I turned it into a small winner by jumping back in once I saw that it still had some strength, it still had volume, and we were re-breaking that $5 level, and we put in that new high a day, and then just absolutely exploded. Right now, I would like to see LLL back down towards around that 458 to 460 level and see if we set up for a possible trade down around that level here on LLL. Oh my goodness, we got $850 from Jester on LLL. Good job, traders. Good work. You guys know the halt strategies. I love the halt strategies. This one was a quick one. It was fast. My timing was a little off with the fill. Normally, I'm getting the fill to the penny, right? And I take little to no heat, and I capitalize on the entire move. But again, very late fill on my part. Went ahead and cut that first trade for a small loss just to jump back in for the re-break of 5. I was able to catch about a $1 move to the upside on very small size. Right now, this stock has room to 793 next. I would say right around 793. $843, $10, $11.66. I mean, this thing has a lot of potential, but right now, I would still like to see it back down around that 458 level. I don't want to buy it right here. I know it broke out. I know it's consolidating. It's holding the 9 EMA. This could be a momentum play, guys, right? How many times have we seen a stock rip, consolidates, comes down and touches the 9 EMA, and then rips? We see that happen a lot on very strong stocks. This is a very strong stock. So that being said, you could look to build a position at the 9 EMA if this is a momentum play, right? You do have potential up towards around $8. If we break high a day, next target's 8. We know this stock is ripping to the upside very quickly. And again, there is a lot of momentum. Look at that initial pop up. It consolidates into the 9 EMA and it rips. Nice big rip, consolidating into the 9 EMA. Let's see if we get a follow through, and let's see if we get a little bit of a rip here on LLL. If it does crack below 550 and that 9 EMA, it is going to drop back down towards around 458. So make sure you keep your stops nice and tight, or this is an area that you start a position, you scale in. If you want 1,000 shares, maybe you take 200 shares just to get your feet wet. Test the waters, right? And if you're wrong, guess what? It's not a big loss because you're just testing the waters here with a small size. Now, if you're correct, if you're right, and you see the trade developing and unfolding the way that you anticipate, where could you add? You can add over a new high a day, right? You can add over a new high a day and look to take some profits up towards around $8. Stops would be right around break even when you add to it. On a stock like this, very volatile, moving $1 to $2 at a time, you want to keep your stops nice and tight because this thing could blow past your stop loss and put you in the hole big time. So make sure you're managing this trade correctly. Make sure you're positioning yourself correctly, not being too aggressive, but taking enough size to make a good profit. Build your plan and understand what your risk is and understand what your potential reward is. But right now, looks like we could have a nice little momentum push, possibly off this 9 EMA over high a day up to $8. Support right around 550, right around that 9 EMA. So right now I am watching LLL as the top stock. I want to see if it's going to hold above that 9 EMA, possibly hold above that 557 as well. Bouncing off the 9 EMA again, re-breaking 6. That's where we could see buyers move back in for the new high a day, possibly up to $8. And that's our next level of resistance, be right around $8, guys. So if we see this bounce off the 9 EMA and we see buyers back above 6, that could be the point in time that we start to see LLL pop on up here a little bit. But it has to bounce strong off that 9 EMA back above 6. If this is a momentum play, you need to bounce off the 9 EMA and pop back above 6. There we go. Nice little bounce. Quick little pop, but it got smacked right back down to 580. It drops below 580. I'd be a little cautious, a little concerned. You do not want to see LLL dropping below $5.80. You want to see the buyer stay above 6 here. But you see that hidden selling taking place? Look at your time in sales in level 2. Every time the buyers get above 6, right, it gets slammed back down to 580. Buyers push it from 580 to 605 to 610, and then immediately, boom, it gets slammed right back down to 580. That's an indication that there may be some hidden selling taking place over $6. If that happens again, if it gets slammed right back down below $6, watch for it to possibly dump on off here, guys. You want to see buyers now stay above $6. They're 615. You don't want to see buyers drop back below 6. You want to see a high day break. Below 580, it gets nasty. Below 580, watch for it to possibly drop back down towards around 450. Right now, we want to see a follow through with a high a day. We have room to $8. I don't want to take my finger off the trigger, but I do want to pull my P&L box around. But at the same time, this is a very volatile stock. It's moving very, very quickly. I do not want to take my finger off the trigger just to pull my P&L box over. But I am long. I was testing the waters down at the 9 EMA. Small position, testing the waters, getting a little bit of a position just in case we start breaking that high a day. But not too aggressive. My stops are 10 cents. Not liking the price action right now. It keeps dipping back below $6. We want to see buyers hold above 6 and get that follow through over 667 high a day, guys. So again, if this is a momentum play, bouncing off that 9 EMA, staying above 6, see a nice volume break over 667. Again, we could see 7 and then $8. I'm going to bring my P&L box over real quick. I'm going to get risky with it. There we go. And right now I'm at 590 cost basis. I'm keeping my stops dirt tight because if we crack back below 6 and below 590, it's probably going to come back down to 550. And then down to around 5. So right now my stops are really tight. I want to see this work out immediately. If this is a momentum play, we should start to see that nice big bounce and the nice big follow through and that pop from buyers off that 9 EMA. So this is the candle that needs to break. This is the decision-making candle in my opinion. This candle is either going to crack support and dump or it's going to rip and run, right? I think this is going to be that decision-making candle. So we want to start to see some volume move on in, above 6, start getting this back up to high a day. If we fall below 590, it's probably going to start dumping on off, guys. You do not want to be in this low float volatile stock if it's dumping on off because it could get halted to the downside. Right now it's getting very nice and tight inside of this consolidation. But in my opinion, this is going to be that decision-making candle. Let's see if we get a nice little pop in the last 8 seconds here on LLL. See if we start to get that little follow through back up to high a day, but it's just looking weak. I'm going to go ahead and get out of it. I'm not liking the price action, guys. If it was going to pop, I would have expected it. I'm not a fan. I'm going to go ahead and get out, but now that I'm out, it's going to run. Every time. Every time. I got you guys. I got you guys. Every time I get out, it rips for you, but I'm a big advocate of reading level 2 and time and sales, right? That's what I look at. And over those 3 candles, I wasn't seeing anything that really got me excited from buyers. If anything, I saw a lot of selling pressure, just slamming it down, slamming it down, slamming it down, slamming it down. At that point in time, I'm like, I'm not really digging the price action. Why chance it? Let me go ahead and get out. But then the second I get out, it popped up 50 cents, so you're welcome. It's all good. I made 300 bucks on it. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. But yeah, like I said, guys, I really focus on the level 2 and the time and sales. And if I start to see something I don't like, I get out. I would say 80% of the time that I get out, it usually dumps on off, right? I would say 20% of the time I get out, it pops up immediately and I miss the trade. But you got to look at the odds, right? 80% of the time, I don't see something I like, right? I get out, the stock dumps. But 20% of the time, it rips on up, right? I'm going to take those odds, and I'm going to go ahead and get out if I don't like it, because I can always get back into the position. So again, if you guys were testing the waters at the 9 EMA, good job. Like I said, I wasn't really digging it. I wasn't a fan of the price action. I put a lot of focus and a lot of emphasis on that. And like I said, more times I'm right than not. This was one of those times that I got out just a little too early. Literally, I get out, and then a second later, it pops on up. But at that point in time, I wasn't digging it. But LLL is still the #1 stock to watch. You're still looking at this 9 EMA being your level of support. If this is a momentum play, guys, again, it's going to come down. We're going to see it bounce off this 9 EMA and eventually get that follow through and some big time volume to $7 and possibly $8. Support, if we really look at support, it's going to be right around 550. You got that 9 EMA holding this up as support as well. It's only one reason, right? It's one indicator that suggests support. But when you have a lot of volume like this and a strong stock, that 9 EMA can hold the stock up, and you could see this stock continue to rip to the upside, have some great strong momentum. Again, every time it pulls back to that 9 EMA. We do crack below the 9 EMA, back down to 550. Below 550, back down to 458. As long as we continue to build off this 9 EMA, and if we can get that break over high a day, your next target's 7 and then 8. All right, we got some profits. Ron, $300 on LLL. Way to come in, Ron. Way to make it happen. You are more than welcome. You're welcome. I got out for you. You got yourself about a nice little 50 to 60 cent pop to the upside. Good job, Ron. Good job. You're welcome. My PayPal is Josh_Howerton at iCloud.com. I'll happily split the profits 50-50 with you. All right. So we'll just do, just do $100. I think that's fair. So right now, SMFL is not doing anything, guys. All right, let's do a quick little scan and see if we're missing anything. Are we missing anything with NRSN? Not at this time. Are we missing anything with CYRN? Not at this time. How about SMFL? Nope. How about DPRO? Break, right? Got a nice little breakout. It ran about 17 cents, but still not that big time move we were wanting. So pretty weak break on DPRO. PALI coming off the watch list. TRKA coming off the watch list. KXIN coming off the watch list. ENSV coming off the watch list. SPCB coming off the watch list. We will keep DPRO on watch. We'll still keep SMFL and CYRN on watch. But it's very clear, guys, that all of our focus just needs to stay right here on LLL. This is where the money's going to be made, guys. This is where the money's going to be made today is LLL, assuming it doesn't dump on off. And please make sure your guys' stream is set to live, right? Every now and then, depending on your internet connection, it'll kick you off live. All right, sometimes it'll kick you off live. So just make sure you always peek down, hover over the live stream, make sure your live is in red, and you're all set. Let's look at some of these prior day movers real quick, guys. EIGR. Anything here? Not really. MULN. Anything really happening today? I mean, it's chopping around. It's moving a little bit, but nothing too crazy, guys. I still think MULN could fall down towards around 246. PIK. Nothing really happening there. STNE's been a great play. Yesterday we had a $15 target. We may hit that 15 bucks today. I was watching SKYH. Depending on how SKYH closes, I think we have some opportunity for tomorrow, guys. So if SKYH can stay above and close above $32.50, right? And this is a nice just 2-day pullback, two-legged pullback into prior resistance, new support. We could start to see SKYH U-shape and get that next little leg on up here. So I do want to watch SKYH today, right? But definitely for tomorrow, as I think tomorrow would be the point in time, we could start to see that, that move. Thoughts on the SPY with the RSI and the higher highs. So if you go look at the SPY, we can see that divergence, right? You can see the higher highs on the SPY, the RSI slightly making lower highs here. One thing that I noticed on the SPY is we're inside of a little bit of a rising channel, right? You got a nice little rising channel here on the SPY. So you can just play these levels, make it simple. Every time it comes down to the trend line, buy it. When it pops back up into the trend line off the highs, sell it or flip short. And just play these two levels as it's grinding to the upside, and then simply wait for it to make a decision. The decision I would want to see is it to crack the uptrend and get a nice little drop to the downside. So if you see divergence, some bearish divergence setting in a lot better, if you ever get a double top formation and you start to then crack the uptrend, that would signal a nice little short on the SPY. Right, support right now is 448.17. Below that, you could see it come back down to 447.68. Right now, top resistance coming from that daily chart is still up towards around 449 here on the SPY. So what I would say is simply be patient, wait for some kind of reversal formation, double top, triple top, right? Really strong divergence off of a very strong volume bar with a very strong upper shadow, right? Maybe it tries to break into a new high a day, gets rejected, high selling volume with divergence, followed by a crack of the uptrend. That would signal a short opportunity, possibly back down to that 447.68 there on the SPY. If you guys are watching BKKT, you're probably looking for a little bit of a gap fill. So BKKT, guys, you got some good opportunity, right? If you can break 717, look at your gap fill. From 717 to 775, you could see a nice little gap fill on BKKT. So wait for a break and hold above 717. You break and hold above 717, you would look to take it long to 775, or see if it pulls back down to 688. right? If we pull back to 688 and you find support, you can get in there, sell at resistance, and if it does break over resistance, leave a runner up to that gap fill level at 775 on BKKT. So BKKT definitely showing some potential. Let's throw that up on the side chart, and let's see if BKKT will set up for us. Maybe back down towards around that 688 level of support for an entry, or a break and a retest of 717, followed by a rip to fill the gap at 775, again on BKKT. 38 million in float, trading 5 million shares, right at the average. So we definitely need to see a little bit more volume move in. We're trading slightly above the average. But here's the thing on BKKT that stands out to me. High short interest, right? The short float percentage is 25%. So this is a heavily shorted stock. It's low enough float, it could rip and run. And we have a nice gap to be filled. So this thing can move quick, can move fast. Again, there's a lot of shorts in BKKT. So that being said, apply that, right? You do have 25% of the float currently short. That equates to around 10 million shares short of BKKT right now. So definitely keep this one on high watch, guys. BKKT. One Tall Cool number 1, thank you for calling that out over on YouTube. So right now, team, it is 10:31 in the market. What are you guys looking at? What stocks do you have on watch? Is there something that you're looking at that you want me to review, that you want me to take a peek at? Right now, I'm just watching LLL. Thanks to One Tall Cool number 1, brought BKKT to our attention. This stock has a lot of great opportunity. Breaking and holding over 717, guys. You could see the gap fill at 775. Matt, where would I enter LLL? Well, right now, I would expect to see the crack below 550. The way it looks right now at this point in time, it looks like it's going to crack below 550. And if it does, you could see a quick dip buy, maybe at 5. But here's the thing, a dip buy is a scalp. You're in and out within like 10 to 20 seconds. But then if you crack below 5, you could see it fall back down towards around 458 on LLL. So again, those are your levels of support. You got light support at 550, better support at $5, and then some more light support down towards around 458. So if it sets up, when it sets up, I'll let you know that, hey, this is the setup. Here's the trade with the education. Here's your entries, your exits, your stop losses. I will help you build a trade plan. But right now, it's not setting up. We don't have a reason to build any kind of plan for a big time trade. The only thing that we could do here is scalp this stock off the dip, right? Every time it dumps on off 50 cents, right? Maybe a 50-cent drop right down the $5. That's a good dip buy level. If you crack below $5 and drop on off to 458, that's a good dip buy level. And again, you're looking to nail these dip buys to the penny and scalp them for around 10 to 20 cents of profit. BKKT, I want to try and get involved with this stock down toward around 689. So if you're looking at BKKT, I do like 689 for a possible entry if we can make it back down that low. But if it breaks and holds over 717, we might have an entry right at 717 for a break and retest. So BKKT, we may see an opportunity present itself in the next maybe 5 minutes. LLL, it needs to set up a little bit better for us. But right now, the number one stock, guys, is BKKT. Absolutely. I like it back down at 689 off the prior high, off the trend line. It's a very short-term trend line, but you can see that would be a third point of the trend line off the prior high. I would like to get involved with BKKT back down at 689. Ideally, if we see that level hold on up as support. Oh, and I want to welcome everybody that is new to chat. I saw a lot of individuals signing up yesterday and today joining the team. So real quick, ladies and gentlemen, if you are new to the team, if you've signed up and enrolled this week, definitely take a moment to say, hey, I'm new. We want to welcome you. A warm welcome from myself and everybody else inside the chat as well. Just welcome you to the Alpha Day Trading family. And we're excited to have you here. And we're excited to work with you. So again, if you are new, please let us know inside the chat. We want to give you that warm welcome. Again, we saw a lot of individuals jumping on in yesterday and last night as well. So welcome, guys, in advance. Welcome. So right now, BKKT is the next trade coming on up. I would say BKKT, right? If we try and get an entry down towards around 689, we could probably safely, actually, let's do this. Let's say a 689 entry, right? 689 entry. Where do stops need to go? You know, below the trend line, below that prior high. Let's run a fib level on this move as well and see where a fib is. You can see that's right around a 50% fib retracement. So I would say, can we get stops below 670? I don't think that's bad, right? If we can put stops right around 670, I think that gives you definitely enough breathing room, about 20 cents of breathing room. But here's the question. Can you get at least 40 cents to the upside? Where's your target? Back up to high a day. High a day is 33 cents. So where's a 15-cent stop loss? 15-cent stop loss would be 675. It's below that level of potential support, old resistance. It's below the trend line. Can we get it at 670? I still think 670 is a good stop loss, right? That's 17 cents of risk. Can we get 34? We could, right? So at least we know if we enter at 689, we can put a 670 stop loss on the table, right? Maybe about 17 to 20 cents of risk, and we can get about 30 to 35 cents of reward back up to high a day, right? So at least our first target, high a day resistance, is very close to a 2-to-1 setup. Now, if we break high a day and we get that gap fill, what is it? That's potentially 80 cents of profit. That would make it a 5-to-1 setup. So again, first target is at least very close to a 2-to-1. Second target to fill the gap is a 5-to-1 opportunity. So I'd like to see BKKT come down, touch this 689 level, right around the trend line as well. If you throw a Fibonacci retracement on this move, you can see it's also a 50% Fibonacci retracement as well. So we've established 3 separate reasons 689 could be a great level of support to see this bounce back up at least to that 717 mark. Derby, welcome to the team, boss. Welcome to the team, Derby. Happy to have you here. I hope you're enjoying chat so far. If you have any questions, never hesitate to let us know. There's a lot of stuff with the platform, the video lessons library, morning stock newsletters, booking your one-on-ones. There's a lot of tools and a lot of resources here on the platform, guys. So if you guys ever do have any questions, never hesitate to let me know. But take a moment, navigate the website, explore everything, and you guys are all set. So watching BKKT around the 689. Watching BKKT here around the 689. 688 to 689. My cost basis, 688. I bought it to the penny off the dip. So I got in at 688. If it doesn't bounce and at least attempt to hold that support level and the trend line, I'll go stop at right underneath that candle body low. So right underneath this low, if it makes a lower low here, that's cracking the trend line, it's cracking support. I'm gonna go 685 on a stop loss. I'm gonna risk like 3 cents, guys, like 3 cents, right? That's my way of trading. I bought it to the penny, got filled at 688, right at the low, right off support, right off the trend line. If this curls over and cracks the uptrend and cracks below these lows of 687, I'll place a stop loss at 685. So right now I am long BKKT right at 688, right to the penny, off support, the trend line, and the 50% fib. We want to see a follow through at least back up to high a day. Ideally, we want to see a breakout over high a day and get that leg up towards around 775 on BKKT. So again, you're buying right at support to the penny. Your stop loss is right there at your entry. You're literally risking like 2 to 3 cents. I mean, shoot, you may just go ahead and put a stop at break even, guys, because if it cracks this trend line here and it comes back down to 688, 687, it's probably going to dump and fall on off, right? So you can honestly probably go risk-free on the trade. If you don't want to go risk-free at break even, maybe put it a few cents below these candle bottoms, right? Maybe go with like a 684 to a 685 stop out. But for me personally, I feel like I have enough breathing room based on where that trend line's at and support, based on my entry as well. I can go risk free on BKKT. So right now we got about, not a lot, we got about 12 cents of profit. I like taking profit when I can. Again, when I put myself in a position to scale out and leave a runner, I always take these winners, they turn into break-even trades. When I take my profits quick and I lock them up, the stock typically rips and runs. So it's a 50-50 game for me, guys. I like the opportunity, right? It's a high short flow stock. It has a nice big move to the upside. It's already ran about $1.20 to the upside. It has a gap to be filled up to 775. I mean, looking at everything and taking all the data into consideration, right? The float, the volume, the technicals, the daily gap fill, 25% of the float is currently short. We have good volume. I mean, it may be worth me trying to hold on to this for a little bit to see if we do get that gap fill up to 775. But right now, my stop is at break even. That was my plan. I may give it a few cents here, just a few. Still want to see it hold that trend line. If we close and crack below the trend line, it's done for. I wouldn't say it's done for, but it's definitely going to probably crack, fade and fall back down towards around, I would say like 660 to 667 on BKKT. So if this candle doesn't bounce here and actually stay above the trend line and pop back above $7, it's probably going to start fading and falling back down towards around that 660 to 667 mark. But you at least see it attempting to bounce, right? You see the attempt. You see it trying to bounce here on BKKT. So we need to see buyers back above 7 off the trend line. So you came down and bounced, came back down, put in a higher low off the trend line, but right now it's not looking the best, guys. It's below the trend line, not really liking it at this point in time, right? It had the potential in that last candle. The way that last candle closed and how we opened, I'm 50-50 with it, guys. I had some potential, I had some opportunity. It was a decent little setup, but right now it's just not looking the best. But we are still intact and we are still holding above that support level. But right now it's not really getting that strong bounce and that strong follow through. Yeah, definitely not a fan of it, guys. I'm going to go ahead and start getting out of that position. I definitely just got to stick to one thing or the other, right? There's no 50-50. right? Every trade's got to be consistent. Either A, I lock in all of my profits all at once, or B, I just scale in and scale out of positions. No 50-50, no in between. Because the times that I'm wishing, hey, I wish I would have locked in all my profits, right, and just got paid, I end up taking break-even trades. The times that I literally, I lock in all my profits, the stock still rips to the upside. So it's like, got to find that happy median. Got to find that nice balance. But right now, BKKT showed potential, got a bounce. We had volume as well. It was looking great here. That's why I took the trade. Came back down. We saw it bouncing, still showing that it wanted to get an attempt higher. But right now, just a little 50-50. But again, we're still above support, guys. So as long as it stays above that 688, there is still some potential with BKKT. Decent little double bottom there, guys. Decent little double bottom bounce. I mean, it is back above the trend line. That last candle closed above. Came right back down to that prior low of 688. Nice little bounce. Nice little double bottom. Right off support. Could definitely start to see a nice little reversal here. Back above $7 here on BKKT. So we'll still keep it on watch. Came down, double bottom, back above the trend line, back above that 9 EMA. We have that volume moving back in as well, so it's still intact. It's still in play. Back up to high a day, and then that possible gap fill at 775 on BKKT. So while BKKT decides where it's going, I mean, it still shows some strength and some potential to the upside. You got LLL. So LLL, if you go ahead and flip this to a 5-minute time frame, right, you can see it's kind of flagging. Nice big move up, followed by this very choppy but period of consolidation. It's staying above the VWAP. And what do you notice about that 9 EMA right now? You see how that 9 EMA is starting to cross above the VWAP, and that 9 EMA is holding the stock up as support, and we still have these prior lows holding the stock up as support as well, right around 550. So it's not the best looking bull flag, but it's meeting the criteria, right? 3 to 5 candles to the upside on increased volume, we have it, followed by a period of consolidation on decreasing volume, we have it. We have the VWAP as support, we're holding above 550. We now have the 9 EMA as support, right? So we have a couple different levels of support being validated. And we have the 9 EMA crossing above the VWAP here on the 5-minute time frame. What do we know about the 9 EMA when it crosses the VWAP on larger time frames? It's considered to be a bullish signal, right? So potential bull flag above 3 key levels of support, and you got that 9 crossing the VWAP. We could start to see that volume step back in, a break out of this consolidation for a rip back up to high a day, 672, then possibly $8. Right now, if you do crack below the VWAP and you crack below that 550 level, you have potential to fade and fall all the way back down towards around 458. So BKKT, nice trade, guys. Nice trade, right? Came down, bounce, nice double bottom, regained the trend line, held above it, back above the 9 EMA, Volume starting to move on in, really nice. And right now, let's see if we get enough volume for a nice break and retest of 717. Remember, 717 is that level of resistance. We want to see a strong break, come back down and retest 717, and then get that follow through, potentially up to 775. So again, we got about what? If you guys were making your entries at 688, 690, right around that level of support, risking literally like maybe 5 to 10 cents, you guys have about 30 cents of profit right now at this point in time. You're right at resistance, maybe lock in a little bit of profits, and then leave a runner on the table to see if we get that break to 775 here. Derby, I've been trading for a few years and I'm pretty good at charting and finding entry points. I struggle with when to exit a trade. Rarely feel confident I make the best decision. So Derby, this is what I would do. This is what I recommend, right? Technical analysis is simple. Not in the beginning, but once you understand it, it's very simple, right? It's kind of like driving a car. Right? First time you drive a car, it's really hard, it's confusing. The more you drive the car, you're a natural at it, right? It's super easy. Same thing with technical analysis. First couple times you start drawing trend lines, you struggle, you fail, right? The more you start drawing trend lines, now you're a natural at drawing trend lines. Technical analysis comes easy. Technical analysis is something that comes relatively easy when it comes to trading stocks. What's really, really hard, right? Emotional control, risk management, building trade plans, right? Accepting your loss, right? That's the challenge. Really has to do with mindset, right? So what I would say, Derby, is if you're really good at TA, but you struggle with entries, stop losses, targets, right? Position sizing, risk management, emotion control, hesitating on trades, you feel like you FOMO in, I would say go watch the trade plan lesson in the video lessons library. That's what I would do. I would jump on into the video lessons library, right? Go up to the top, click video lessons library. I would start with building trade plans with the 3As, right? Learn how to build a proper trade plan, number one, right? Number two, I would scroll down and watch 2-to-1 risk reward ratio. So once you know how to build trade plans, really understand 2-to-1 risk reward ratios, okay? Then I would watch journal your trades, right? Because now I want you journaling your trades. Where are you making mistakes? Where can you make improvements, right? Journal those trades. And then lastly, get in the right mindset. Have a winning mindset. If you go through that process, building trade plans, understanding the importance of identifying 2-to-1 risk reward ratio setups, right? Journal those trades, learn from your journaling, and then how to get in the right mindset for trading. Those 4 lessons will help you out greatly. If you're really good at TA, don't watch the technical analysis lessons. You got that under control. You're good. You need to work on your mindset. You need to work on risk management. You need to work on how to build plans, right? And how to take profit, where to place stops, 2-to-1 risk reward ratios, reviewing your trades at the end of the day, at the end of the week, at the end of the month, learning from your mistakes, learning from your successes, and then get into the right mindset. Those 4 lessons are going to help you out substantially. So definitely dive into that video lessons library, watch those 4 lessons, and I promise you'll have a different approach and a different just outlook and a mindset when it comes to the market. So nice little break, quick little retest. We're still looking good on BKKT. You guys are up about 30 cents a share at this point in time. New high a day, 735. Again, we're in the gap fill level now, so this thing could rip to 775 very quickly. You're only asking for another 40 cents to the upside, guys. You already moved 40 cents off the low. You're asking for another 40 cents to fill the gap up towards 775. If it ever breaks that gap fill level, I mean, you could see it up towards around 860 over 775. We're still watching LLL here. LLL, as long as it stays above that 540 to 550 level and we break out of this consolidation off the 9 EMA and off the VWAP, we could still see this have a nice little move to the upside, guys, on LLL. So definitely keep that one on watch. But right now, the one good setup, right? The really good setup that we built the plan, entries, stop losses, first target, second target. Is it a 2-to-1 setup, right? Getting your position. This was a good trade, BKKT. Again, I stopped out on my main account, but I was already in it on my Fidelity account. So I took that trade at $6.99 on my Fidelity account. I saw the setup. I realized it's going to be a slower, steadier mover. It may take 30 minutes to an hour to grind on up to that 775. So that's the account to take those trades on. My main account, I'm just going all in, all out. I think that's the decision I'm coming to. I'm not going to keep doing 50-50 with my main account. I'm going to trade the way I trade. Big size, all in, all out, no scaling and scaling out BS, right? I want to scale in, scale out because the market's on fire, right? The market, you know, you see stocks rip 100, 200, 300%. And if you have a runner on the table on some of these stocks, you can turn that decent profit into a big profit. So I still want to have some opportunity to take advantage of having a runner on the table, right? And seeing if we get that nice 50 cent to $1 move. So what I'll do is I'll just take those trades on my Fidelity account. Right? I'll take those trades there, buy in smaller size, right? Hard stops, and I'll still trade the way I trade on my main account, and at least I get the best of both worlds. I get exposure to scaling and scaling out, leaving runners, and I make my big profits by just going all in and all out. We want to see this candle break high a day. Ideally, we want to see this candle go ahead and break high a day, or you're going to see it come back down towards around that 717, and hopefully it holds up, right? Hopefully it holds up. Hopefully it doesn't crack on back down. But ideally, you'd like to see that volume start moving on in and see this just pop right up over high a day and then get that continuation move for the next leg up. Or we're going to see it pull back down towards around this trend line, right around that 717 level. But if it starts cracking that 717 level, guys, get ready for it to go kaplunk. So we have BKKT, open positions. You guys should be locking in profits when you have the opportunity to do so. And then put yourself in a position to leave a runner. We're still watching LLL to see if it's ever going to break out of this consolidation, out of this really ugly flag, but at least it's flagging, right? It's very ugly. It's very choppy. It's not the most beautiful bull flag I've ever seen, but it's a flag, right? It could definitely break out of this consolidation above those 3 levels of support that we were talking about and get a nice little move to the upside. But right now, a lot of the focus is really on BKKT. And there's not one just super duper hot stock. I mean, LLL looks great still. It could definitely break out, rip and run. And BKKT showing some great opportunity. But we don't really have that one stock like NRSN that is just ripping, right? LLL already made its move. It already ripped. Now it's consolidating. What did NRSN do yesterday? Not saying LLL is going to do the same thing, but I'm saying it's something to be mindful of. I mean, look at NRSN. It ripped on up. It peaked right around 1020. Today we peaked right around 1010 on LLL. We consolidated on NRSN until about 12 o'clock, and then we broke out. We can continue to see LLL consolidate until it maybe breaks out. Look at the chart. We have an early morning run up. We peak right around 1010. NRSN yesterday, early morning run up, we peaked around 1020. We consolidated for about an hour and a half, and then we made a new high a day. Maybe we continue to see this consolidate for a little bit longer and then eventually get that little break out of the consolidation for a potential new high a day. So just still keep LLL on watch. We do have that big flag. We can see we have that big flag. We're looking for a break out of that consolidation for a run up to high a day and possibly back over high a day. And we do have potential to $7 and then $8 on LLL. So definitely do not forget about LLL. Just because it's consolidating, not ripping around, doesn't mean it's not going to start breaking on out and start ripping to the upside. All right, so right now, LLL, guys, is on high watch. So right now we don't want to see the crack of the trend line. We do not want to come back below, I would say like 707. That was a nice little 30 to 40 cent move on BKKT. Again, if you guys were getting in at 690 up into those highs, you could have grabbed a solid 40 cents a share. Right now, not looking the best. Still has potential though, guys. It still has potential. We are holding above that 710, 709 level, still right around the trend line. We want to see a nice strong bounce, see buyers regain control, see some volume move in, up to high a day, and then get that leg up, possibly to that 775 gap fill. But right now, it already made a pretty nice move. You already got about 40 cents on it. LLL is starting to break here, guys. LLL is starting to break. Let's shift our attention to LLL. Let's throw BKKT off to the side here. Still watch BKKT. There's still some potential. It may drop a little bit lower, consolidate over lunch, and it may get like a end of day run up. But right now, we have better opportunity with LLL coming on up. So you had a little bit of volume move in. Nothing crazy, but you saw a slight pop in volume. But again, it wasn't anything like right here, right? Little pop in volume. And that could be that pop in volume break of the downtrend that we need to see this get going. So what we want to see are these two candles pulling back, staying above the 9 EMA, holding above the downtrend, and get the pop. As I'm talking about it, that's exactly what we wanted to see. So again, pull back, hold above the 9 EMA, stay above the downtrend, see some volume move in. And right now, this is the point in time, guys, that LLL can start ripping and running. Back up to high day resistance. You got 646 is a level of resistance. 646 on LLL. That's a level that you need to lock in some profits. Then back up towards around 667 to 672. Anything over high a day, you can see it to $7 and then $8 off of the break out of this consolidation. A little bit of a bull flag here on LLL. So right now, there goes LLL. That's what we wanted to wait for. Consolidation, break the downtrend with volume. We broke. We see volume moving on in now. You do not want to see this back below, I would say 575. So if you do pull back again, you really don't want to see this below 575, but ideally you don't want to see it back down that low at all. But if it does come down, as long as it holds above 575, it's still in play and you still have potential to 646 and then high a day there on LLL. How's NRSN doing? NRSN definitely looking good for a mid candle tomorrow. CYRN definitely looking good for a possible mid candle breakout tomorrow as well. So I'm definitely liking CYRN. Definitely liking NRSN for tomorrow. SMFL, it just never got that pop, never got that move. We can take that off the watch list. DPRO I mean, we'll keep it on watch throughout lunch and see if it does potentially start to move back up here this afternoon. So we'll keep it on watch. But right now, there's definitely no opportunity with DPRO. The opportunity is with LLL and still with BKKT, right? The opportunity was back down there at 688. And you got a nice little, 40-cent move out of BKKT. Right now, not doing too much. Really lost a lot of volume, lost a lot of the attention. But it still has some opportunity, so it should still be on watch coming into Power Hour. Uh, 20 EMA, right? I would say that's going to be the most popular, one of the best EMAs that you can use on a daily time frame is going to be that 20 EMA. I use a 50 SMA and a 200 SMA. So I use 2 SMAs and 1 EMA. 20 EMA, 50 SMA, and a 200 SMA on my daily chart. So right now, LLL is still on high watch team. High watch, LLL. Broke the downtrend, retested, nice pop on up, pulling back to that prior high, back into the 9 EMA as well, decreasing volume along that pullback. Again, as long as it doesn't drop below 575, I would say you're still in play for this to possibly be a higher low U shape for the break up to 646 on LLL. So let's see if LLL is going to be able to get that move on up before we dive in the lunch, guys. And then BKKT still showing some strength, still showing some potential. Came down and put in another little double bottom right around that 709 level of support. And we saw a nice little bounce on up here, back up to 720 on BKKT. We just want to continue to see some volume move on in and ideally get a nice little volume pop back up the high a day and ideally over high a day. I'd love to see BKKT get up towards around that 775 and fill that daily gap. So still watching BKKT, buyers trying to break this back above 720. We can continue to see that volume really move in. And we see these buyers holding strong above 720. We can get another 15 to 16 cents to the upside. If it comes back down to 709, it'll most likely crack below 709 and come back down to 7. Below 7, back down to 688. Below 688, I would say it's probably dead, right? Pretty much dead at that point in time. But ideally, if we can see this volume continue to increase and buyers are still stepping up over $7.20, we have potential, guys. We're back up to 725 now, and we have a nice increase in volume on BKKT. We're back up to 726 now on the bid. 727, 728, definitely starting to heat on up here. Nice increasing volume, nice double bottom bounce. Still looking like it has some potential to get to that 775. Now, if this is a lower high, right? This could be a lower high. If you start to see it roll on over, back down towards around 709, I would get out. If you have a runner, I'd get out, right? Because below 709, you're probably going to see it come back down towards around 688, I would think. And if that is a lower high starting to form here on BKKT, if we don't get that break over that prior high, you probably start to see that nice, slow and steady reversal throughout the rest of the day. So let me ask you guys this. It's 11:09 in the market. We're watching BKKT here. Some of you guys may still have a position on the table or looking to re-enter. I don't see any re-entries at this point in time, but you definitely still have potential to leave your runner on the table. We had our fresh entry on LLL for the break and retest of the downtrend. If you missed that, it gave you another great opportunity to be buying this at 590, right? It broke, but in that high, retested the downtrend, broke the prior high. Where did we pull back to and find really decent support? Right around that 590, right off that prior level of resistance. And what did we see? Momentum continue to move on in, right? Really holding that 9 EMA, getting that nice U shape, volume starting to move back in, and boom, you're very close to your 646 target. So while we still manage our LLL trade, and maybe we have some great opportunity up until 12 o'clock, maybe we just keep trading. We're still watching BKKT as well, right? But if we see things slow down, things start fading up until lunch hours, we're going to dive into a lesson. What do you guys want to talk about today? I have my plans. I have my lesson topics, but I just want to ask you guys, what do you want to learn about today? What's something that you need help with? What's something that you struggle with? That if we can help you find a solution to that struggle, you will be a better trader, right? If you don't have any topic or any idea, I'll go ahead and dive into a lesson that I have prepared. But if you're like, dude, I really need help with building trade plans, let's talk about it. Dude, I really need help with strategies, right? What are some strategies you like? How do you trade them? Let's do it. Mindset, emotion, anything whatsoever. Let me know what is important to you, what would benefit you guys today, so you start to see some good results moving forward. This is why we lock in profits quick at levels of resistance, right? So again, we had our entries, we had our stop loss, we had our first target. Where was our first target? 646. Where did you hit? 640. What do I say, guys? When you're within 5 to 10 cents of target, start locking in profits, right? You're at 640, you have a 646 target. Are you willing to risk all of the money you're up just to get that extra 6 cents? Right? Are you willing to give back all of your profits just to get that extra 6 cents? Or are you going to start locking in profits when you're right around 5 to 10 cents away from that target, just to play it safe, just to be smart, to not be greedy, to get paid, right? We want to put ourselves in positions to get paid. So when you're within 5 to 10 cents of your targets, and your target comes from the chart, right? We had prior resistance at 646. Was it a magical number that I pulled out of my butt? It was a level that we pulled from the chart. When you're within 5 to 10 cents a target, start locking in your profits, just in case something like that happens on LLL, where it rug pulls and immediately you're back down at break even. Always get paid. Today is our free stream day, guys. Today's the free stream free stream day, right? And we got some great action in the market. I know you guys are locking some profits. I saw some of you guys saying BKKT, let's go. Looks like some of you guys over on YouTube were grabbing some BKKT. Maybe some of you guys were grabbing some LLL off the halt strategy. Maybe a couple of those dip buys, that nice little momentum play to a new high a day. There's been some great opportunity in the market, guys. Definitely BKKT, right? Nice little trade there. You have a couple decent trades on LLL. Had your nice little halt strategy. A lot of you guys took that. Couple little dip buys. Some of you guys took that. And I know a lot of you were looking at that bull flag, and some of you guys took that. So good job. You had a couple good opportunities on LLL. DPRO, not the best, right? Broke the downtrend, very weak break. You only got about 10 cents out of it. So that wasn't a big time winner. CYRN is not set up. NRSN, not setting up, but these are going to be set up for tomorrow for those possible mid-candle breakouts. And I can walk you through my strategies, my playbook, right? What gives me an edge in the market, right? And I'll talk about two of them, right? We got one, it's the dip buy. When penny stocks are very, very volatile, right? So when penny stocks are just like super volatile, you have stocks up 100, 200, 300%. Things are ripping 50 cents to $1 at a time very, very quickly. I like to pull out my dip buy strategy, right? So again, we have a dip buy strategy. I love it, right? Hot markets, volatile markets, things are moving 50 cents to $1 quick. The market has to be moving. It can't be slow and steady and stagnant. Can't be slow and steady and grinding to the upside. We need to see volatility like we see on LLL, where the thing is just parabolic ripping and it's so quick, right? NRSN is another great example, right? Yesterday, this stock is aggressive. This stock is moving very, very quickly. 50 cents to $1 in a single candle, right? So again, we need to see market conditions like NRSN, market conditions like LLL for the dip buy strategy, okay? Stocks that are slower and steadier and not really full of action, not really looking to pull out my dip buy strategy on those types of stocks, right? They're already slow. So if I get a dip buy, it's probably gonna be a slow dip buy. If a stock is ripping fast and I get my dip buy, it's probably gonna bounce very quickly. So again, market conditions are a big factor depending on what strategies I pull out and trade for the day. Right? I'm gonna talk about two strategies, right? In these types of market conditions, I'm definitely pulling out my dip buy strategy. Okay, so what is the dip buy strategy? It's what it is. You're buying the dip, right? So when you have stocks that are just absolutely parabolic, ripping and running to the upside, and they start to see red candles, right? Very quick, very aggressive, very fast red candles, back down into levels of support, I will look to buy right at support. So for example, I'm going to use this as a hypothetical, okay? So let's assume, I wish I had a good example actually. I don't really have the best example here on LLL. So maybe I'll pull up an example from NRSN yesterday, because NRSN, I did have a couple dip buys, right? So what I do is I identify, man, this stock is just ripping and this stock is running. This stock is extremely volatile, right? If I notice that we have that very strong volatile stock and it's ripping on up, right? It could also dump on down. If it starts dumping on down very quick, very fast, very hard into a level of support, I will look to buy to the penny. So I'm really good at marking up levels of support. So here, 526, right? Support, support, support. We're above 526, right? If we ever see NRSN dump, I mean, think of it like a rug pull. I mean, dump like this. I mean, dump, fast, hard, aggressive, into that level of support. I will look to buy the dip for a quick bounce, maybe 10 cents, could be 50 cents, right? But I want to find a stock that's ripping 50 cents to $1 in a single candle, because if it comes down to support and it's a great dip buy, it could dip 50 cents to $1, but I'm looking for maybe 10 to 20 cents. So for example, in RSN, market conditions are there. This is a volatile stock. It's a low float stock. It has a lot of volume. It's making 50 cent to $1 moves in a single candle. So this would be the ideal stock to pull out that dip buy strategy. So I mark at my level of support. All I'm waiting for is a nasty candle, just one candle that opens and it dumps right into that level of support. I'm looking to buy, I'm looking to scalp that for maybe 10, 20 cents. On a stock like NRSN, we were getting like 50 cent dip buys, 50 cent bounces. It was paying. So looking at NRSN, minute after minute after minute, I'm not touching it, not touching it, right? Not touching it. I want to dip buy. Boom. You see that? Boom. Went from $6 and it dropped like quick, right to 526. Nailed the entry, it bounces on up. So that was a great little dip buy right there on NRSN. And again, I just take it 1 minute at a time. 1 minute at a time, and I'm looking for the next best dip buy opportunity. So let's see, where could the next best dip buy opportunity be? Well, let's go ahead and mark up those prior highs. Resistance. If we ever break over resistance and we dump on back down, maybe that's a good dip buy level. I'm just getting prepared, right? So again, at this point in time, it's consolidated. I'm not touching it. So we just broke above 690, right? Just broke above 690, ripped all the way up to 790. If we see one big nasty red candle just dump on down, just dump right down to 690, I'll take it for a dip buy. Boom. Look at that. 690, dumped on down, held it. Nice little bounce on up, right? Went from 690 to 740. That was a 50-cent bounce, right? So again, it was fast. It was quick. It dropped from 764 to 690 within 2 minutes. And then boom, nice little 50-cent bounce. So that's how I trade volatile markets. I look for stocks that are breaking out, pulling back, nailing the dip for a quick 10, 20 cents every now and then, depending on the stock. You can grab 40 cents, 50 cents, sometimes $1. This one right here was a nice 50-cent dip buy opportunity. This one right here, I think I made about 30 cents a share on that dip buy opportunity. That's how I trade the market, right? That's how I trade these very volatile stocks. These stocks that dump on off, they bounce back up. And I love trading dip buys. Okay, that's number one, is the dip buy. If you guys do not know the difference between a dip buy and a reversal, you need to understand the difference between a dip buy and a reversal. So type in dip in the video lessons library. Hit search. Dip buys versus reversals. We got 2 lessons, one from 2021 and an updated lesson from 2022. If you don't know what a dip buy is and a reversal is, or you don't know the differences, watch this lesson. A dip buy is quick. It's fast. It's got to be a very volatile market. Stocks are ripping 50 cents to $1 in minutes, right? Reversals, that's a strategy that I pull out in slower and steadier markets. Stocks that aren't as quick, as volatile, right? Reversals are something we can scale into and scale out of, right? Those are slower trades, maybe 5 minutes, 10 minutes, maybe 30 minutes, slow and steady, little by little. Right, that's a reversal. Dip buys are in and out quick. 5-second trades, 10-second trades. Every now and then, maybe it's a minute, but it's not a 10-minute, 20-minute trade. They were quick, in and out, to the penny, 10, 20 cents, maybe 40, 50 cents, in and out, quick, done. Volatile markets, dip buys. Not so volatile, slower and steadier, right? We can pull out the strategy and trade reversals. I love dip buys. I love reversals. So a dip buy, number one, is the type of strategy that I trade in this market. Now, I'm going to be honest. It's not for new traders, right? I tried dip buying as a new trader. Didn't work out. Because if I bought the dip and I took heat, I would still hold it. And it would dump low. And I'm like, it's not bouncing. It would dump, halt to the downside. I'm like, fuck. I'm stuck in a halt to the downside. I wasn't good at managing my risk as a brand new trader. I sucked at it. So when I would jump into the penny and I would see it down 5, 10 cents, I would still hold it. Now it's down 20. And I'm like, man, come on, bounce. Please bounce, please bounce, please bounce. And then boom, it dumps. I'm halted to the downside. Right? So again, dip buys for newer traders, I don't recommend it because again, you got to be quick. You have to be good at managing your risk. If I buy a dip as an experienced trader, I'm into the penny. I see it down 10 cents, I cut it. I don't care what happens after that. I cut it. Because 80% of the time, it will dump, it will continue to drop. If it doesn't hit that penny and bounce immediately, it's not a dip buy. If it comes down to the penny and I'm in, and it doesn't bounce and it doesn't pop, I get out, right? If it comes down to the penny, I get filled, and it drops 5, 10 cents below my entry, I'm out, right? But as a new trader, I would end up holding the bag. Get the dip, not cut it, and watch it drop 50 cents, $1, $2. And now I'm taking a big time loss. So again, dip buys are not for newer traders, right? Traders that have a hard time managing their risk. Also, it's not the strategy for think or swim. It's not a strategy that you're really going to be good at with Fidelity, right? You really need a premium broker, right? You're going to probably take big share size on these dip buys. So you need to be able to get in quick, fast, with no slippage. Once you click buy, you're in. There's no partial fills. There's no slippage. You're in. And when you want to get out, you can get out. So you need to have a premium broker. Execution is everything for the dip buy. I mean, you got 5 to 10 seconds to execute that trade, and you're taking big size. You need to be able to get in and get out quick. I like dip buys in these market conditions. Number 2, I love a good old boom, boom, bang, guys. I love a good old boom, boom, bang strategy. Now, this is for new traders, right? This is an A+ setup, an A+ strategy. We call it the boom, boom, bang here inside of chat. It's not really called a boom, boom, bang, right? It's called the downtrend break, okay? So let me see if I have an example of a downtrend break setup that is like flawless, right? I want to find one that's just beautiful. We call it the boom boom bang inside of chat, but it's actually a downtrend break strategy. It's slower, it's steadier, right? 80-20 setup. 80% of the time they work, 20% of the time you get stopped out, but it's high reward with low risk. The reason I like this strategy is you're buying right at support, right before buyers really start moving back in for a nice big move to the upside. All right, so let's go ahead and try and find an example of a possible boom, boom, bang, or a downtrend break strategy and walk you guys through that. If we don't have one, I'll go ahead and just draw it up. All right, I'll go ahead and get my fancy drawing tool out and I'll start drawing away. But when I say, you know, these downtrend breaks are A+ setups, if they set up exactly, perfectly, I mean, just flawlessly, they're 80-20 setups, I take them 100% of the time. So let's, I don't see any examples. That's the only problem. I'm not really seeing any like clear cut examples of a potential boom, boom, bang. So I may have to draw it. And you know me, I love drawing, guys. So I'll draw the crap out of a boom, boom, bang. Let's do that. Let's go ahead and draw it up. I can't find you an exact example, but this will give you guys a really good idea of kind of the criteria behind it. All right. So number one, right? The stock needs to be trending at some point, right? So stock opens and it's just in a nice little uptrend, right? We want to see the stock uptrending. That's number one, right? If you see the stock downtrending, right, and you see a boom, boom, bang, no, it needs to be coming off of an uptrend, right? The stock needs to be uptrending and then pulling back and consolidating. So that's criteria number one for the boom, boom, bang to make it an A+, is the stock needs to be, number one, trending higher, right? Number one. Number two, it starts pulling back, right? The stock just ripped from $4, right? And over the last 30 minutes, it ran all the way up, say $6. Pretty nice move, right? Eventually, you're gonna get some profit taking. Eventually, it's gonna pull back. So you wanna wait for the pullback, all right? So boom, you got some profit taking, right? Boom, you got some profit taking. And the stock is pulling back. So this is what you see at this point in time, right? Pulling back, pulling back, pulling back. So number one, stock is in an uptrend. Number two, stock is pulling back after it's already made a pretty decent move to the upside. So number one is the uptrend. Number two, stock's pulling back. Number three, identify your levels of support, right? So look left, look at your prior levels of support and find a super validated level of support on the chart. So what I would have noticed if this was a real stock, this prior high could be a new level of support, right? So I'm going to go ahead and mark that level up right here. That's a level of support off that prior high. And one other thing that I'm going to do at this point in time is I'm going to run a downtrend off these highs. So right like that, I'm going to start by running a downtrend. So what we have is this uptrend. Now the stock is downtrending into a level of support. And now we wait for the stock to set up. What's the setup? It looks a little something like this, right? So again, you have high a day, it sold off. Bounces on up, puts in a lower high, sells on off. You have 2 points of the trend line at this point in time. Where you start your trend line, that's point number one. Where you connect your trend line, that's point number two. The stock needs to come down to that level of support and bounce back into the trend line. That's point number three. We want to see it get rejected right there. We don't want to see it break the downtrend. We want to see it get rejected, right? So after it comes down to support, very close, doesn't have to be to the penny. If it's to the penny, it's even better, but it's at or near that level of support. Stock comes down, bounces, back into the downtrend. We want to see it get rejected. So we want to see it get rejected and pull back. And this is when you're starting to get prepared, right? This is a boom, boom, bang. This is a downtrend break strategy. You got point number one, point number two, point number three. You got your bounce off support. Point number 3, stock gets rejected. Stock pulls back and holds above support, forming a double bottom, right? So you start to see this W. The stock is starting to form a little bit of this double bottom. And then it works its way back into point number 4 of the downtrend. This is where we're looking to take this trade. If the stock breaks that downtrend on increasing volume, right? So the stock gets rejected off point number 3, pulls back, double bottoms off support, and we start to see it curling back up into the downtrend. That would be the 4th attempt to break. And we have increased volume. What we're looking for is the stock to break the downtrend. That's where we make entries, right there. That's where we get long, right when the stock breaks the downtrend on point number 4. Why do I really like this strategy? Where's my stop loss? Underneath support. So right here, guys, that's my stop loss, right? Nice and tight. Nice and tight. I mean, here's my entry right here, right? And there's my stop loss right there. So that little blue box, that's how much I'm risking, right? I'm not risking a lot. I'm buying the break of the downtrend. The break of the downtrend is forming right at support. So if we see the volume move in and we break the downtrend and we make an entry, stops go right underneath that double bottom, that level of support. Very low risk. And you have predefined targets, very clear targets on the chart. What are your targets? The prior highs that hit the downtrend. It's that easy, right? So all of these prior highs that hit the downtrend, those are going to be your targets. So point number 3 in the downtrend, that's a target. Point number 2 into the downtrend, that's a target. And then point number 1 of the downtrend, which is your high a day, that's your target. If you have a strong uptrending stock that goes from, say, $4 to $6, and it starts pulling back, and you have some profit taking, right? You form that downtrend. You're building lower lows and lower highs. Point number 2. Lower low, lower high. Point number 3. Double bottom off support. Market structure. It's a W. It's a double bottom. It's market structure off support. Followed by a break of the downtrend on volume. You have gone from a downtrend, and now you're going to probably start uptrending. And all of your targets are so clear and predefined. It's all of those prior highs where the downtrend was hit. So point number 3, that's a target. Point number 2, that's a target. And then your last and final target would be back at high a day. So that is a boom, boom, bang, right? That is going to be a downtrend break strategy when you see it play out just like that. Stock has to be uptrending, and then it starts downtrending. And as it's downtrending, you notice a decrease in volume, right? It's downtrending, it's consolidating, but it's downtrending on less volume. Into support, forming that double bottom. Point number 4, right? You're not buying the break on point number 3. You're looking to buy the break of the downtrend on point number 4. If you get volume that starts moving on in, off the double bottom, and it starts breaking that downtrend on point number 4, that signals an entry. Stops go underneath that double bottom, that level of support, and your targets are going to be those prior highs. So this is a very simple trade. It's beginner friendly, right? Because again, it requires you to be patient. Number 1, you're watching the stock rip. Maybe you're not touching it. Now the stock's downtrending. You're not touching it. It allows you to sit back and be patient and just watch it. And if you start to see that double bottom form, right, you still have some time to build a plan. All right, I'm going to buy 1,000 shares. All right, my stop loss is 20 cents away. My targets are 60, 80, and $1 to the upside, right? It allows you to be patient, allows you to be calm, cool, collected. You see the formation, you see the trade. It's not a fast trade, right? This is a slower and steadier one. This is something that you have maybe 2 to 3 minutes ahead of time to build a plan before you need to make your entries. Managing the trade, it could be a 5-minute trade, it could be a 30-minute trade, but this is a slower, steadier trade. It's a slow reversal trade, but it has great opportunity in high win rate to get back up to that, that high a day, right? That last and final target. So again, it allows you to be patient, allows you to be disciplined, allows you to build that plan. You have plenty of time. It's a slower, steadier trade. You can scale in, scale out. It's not a 10-second trade. Maybe it's a 10-minute trade. Definitely beginner friendly, and it's clean, right? Nice low risk, high reward. When you get your confirmation, it's a solid 80-20 setup because you're establishing a double bottom off support, going from the bearish side of the downtrend to the bullish side of the downtrend. And when you see that break of the downtrend, going from the bearish side to the bullish side, and you see buyers moving back in, and you see that increase in volume, that validates the trade. You make your entries right at the break, stops go under support, and your targets are going to be those prior highs when you look left. You can see this on a 1-minute time frame. You can see this on a 5-minute time frame. Shoot, you could probably see this on a 15-minute time frame. Now, every time frame is valid. If you see this on a 1-minute and it validates just like this, take the trade. I can't tell you how many boom, boom, bang trades that we've taken on 1-minute time frames. We've seen them on 5-minute time frames. I've seen them on 15 and 30-minute time frames. So again, any time frame, you can apply this strategy. So yes, 1 minute, 5-minute, 15-minute, does not matter. What matters is the criteria. So again, write the criteria down, right? There's like 4 to 5 different pieces of criteria that need to be met for you to get a trade. Number 1, stock is uptrending. Stock has gone from low a day, consistently hitting new highs a day. The stock is in an uptrend. It's proving itself. It's proving it can make a move to the upside. Clean and consistent, nice uptrend, number 1. Number 2, we eventually top out. We hit a high a day. We start downtrending. We have profit taking. That's number 2. Nice consolidation to the downside. Nice healthy downtrend. Little by little by little. Building lower lows and lower highs. Lower lows, lower highs. Number 2. Number 3, draw your downtrend. Draw your downtrend. Start your downtrend at high a day. You need a lower high to connect it and then run it out to the right. Right? So then it would be connect your downtrend. Step number 3. Step number 4, identify a valid level of support. So look left, right? If the stock is uptrending, you're going to have prior highs and prior lows to draw your level of support at. So right here, we got our level of support. That's number 4. Number 5, wait. Wait for point number 3 of the downtrend to be hit. Wait for it to get rejected. Wait for it to come back down and start to form that double bottom. Okay, wait for that to take place. 5. Number 6, if we start to see volume moving in at that level of support off the double bottom, and you start to see the price breaking that downtrend on the 4th attempt, point number 4, that confirms an entry. That's number 6. Wait for the double bottom. Wait for the volume to start moving in. Wait for the price to break the downtrend on point number 4. That's number 6. That confirms an entry. Okay, where do stop losses go? Right underneath that level of support, right underneath that double bottom. Low risk. Where are your targets? All of your prior highs. 3rd point of the downtrend, that's a lower high. 2nd point of the downtrend, that was a lower high. And then high a day is point number 1 of the downtrend. So you make your entries, nice tight stop, low risk. You can scale out at point 3, point 2, point 1. High reward, and if the stock is strong enough, it may break high a day and put in a new high a day. So you can leave a runner on the trade, right? And see if it continues even higher. Maybe it goes to $6, $7. But again, you have some initial targets to lock in profits. You have a solid stop loss. As you're locking in profits along the way up, you're bringing your stop loss up closer and closer to break even. And if you hit high a day, maybe you leave 20% of your position on the table and see if it breaks high a day. And if it does, maybe it rips another $1 to the upside. You still get paid. But right off the bat, low risk, high reward. It's a trade that takes minutes to form. Not seconds like a dip buy, but minutes. That gives you enough time to analyze what you see. Gives you time to draw up your downtrend. Gives you time to draw up your support. It gives you an opportunity to really focus on the volume and how's it moving, right? Is it forming that double bottom? Number 2, you can start assessing everything. If I buy at point number 4 of the downtrend, what price is that? Right? There's my stop loss. Here are my targets. How many shares do I want to buy of this trade? Right? And then it gives you a chance to accept the plan that you just built. Right? Dip buys, you got to build a plan in 5 seconds, 10 seconds. You got to have a plan quick, fast, boom, got a plan, 10 seconds. As a new trader, It's going to take you a little bit longer to build those plans. It may take you a minute or two to actually go through the process of analyzing the chart, assessing your levels, assessing your position sizing, and then accepting the risk, accepting the trade. That may take you 2 to 3 minutes in the beginning. This is a trade that normally takes 3 to 5 minutes to fully set up. Once it gets rejected off 0.3, before it breaks the downtrend, if it breaks the downtrend, you got about 3 to 5 minutes to build your plan, to assess your position sizing, right? To accept everything, to make sure you're not being too aggressive, to make sure you're okay with the loss if you get stopped out. It gives you plenty of time. So this is a very beginner-friendly setup. We call it the boom, boom, bang inside a chat. So if you ever hear me say, we got a boom, boom, bang, you better be looking at it. Because like I said, 80% of the time, these stocks do break, they do rip. And I would say 80% of the time, they end up getting back up to high a day, guys. They do. I love the strategy. That's one in my playbook, any market condition, right? It doesn't have to be hot and volatile. It could be slow and steady. These setups do work out, for the most part, in all the different types of market conditions. Dip buys, however, they only really work out in very volatile market conditions like we've had the past couple of weeks. That's why I've been trading a lot more dip buys the last couple of weeks. But prior to that, I wasn't trading dip buys because the market was not giving me the market conditions for that strategy to work, right? But what were we trading a lot of? Boom, boom, bangs, right? So that's a boom, boom, bang. And if we ever see one and you hear me say boom, boom, bang, get ready. Because if it sets up just like this and it's validated, it's going to be a good trade, guys. Again, low risk, high reward. So those are my day trading strategies. Those are 2, right? I'm going to give you 2 and let you digest them, okay? Because if I give you 5, you're going to be like, man, I'm overwhelmed. You got one of my personal strategies that I've really developed. We've given it a name. I know what to look for in the trade, and I know what makes it a good trade. I know what makes it a bad trade, right? So that's one of my strategies that I've put together for me, that works for me, and it works for a lot of traders in chat. And then I give you more of my advanced strategy, right? Which is the dip buy, right? And again, not really beginner friendly. It's very quick, it's very fast, but we see a lot of traders in chat taking dip buy trades. Those are my 2 favorite strategies. Now, don't get me wrong. I got about 3 or 4 short strategies. I have another 3 or 4 long strategies as well. I have about 10 to 15 different strategies in my playbook. Depending on market conditions, I'll pull out for the day, and those are my strategies that I trade. But again, I don't want to overwhelm you guys. I do not want to overwhelm you and hit you with 10 different strategies all at once, because again, it's just a little too much. Yes, it is. So again, number 1, stock is in an uptrend, right? We hit a high a day, we're downtrending, right? Lower high, followed by a lower low, right? Come back up into the trend line right here. Lower high, we want to see it get rejected and come back down and not drop any lower than this low. So again, you got point number 1. You can say this is going to be point number 2. Looking like this is going to be point number 3. Pulling back, finding a double bottom, right, above support, then breaking the downtrend with an increase in volume. That would signal a potential entry. Where are going to be your targets, right? Look left. Look at your downtrend highs, right around 708. Back up here towards around 725. And then back up towards around high a day. So you have 1, 2, 3 targets. It's all of your lower highs right at the downtrend. But what's next? We need to see this get rejected off 0.3, pull back, put in a higher low or a double bottom, then proceed to break the downtrend with an increase in volume. You want to really see that solid double bottom. You want to see that market structure. You want to see support, right? That's what's going to help bring those buyers back in. Start to bring that volume back in for the follow through and for the break of the downtrend to really get that thing going. But right off the bat, BKKT is meeting some of that initial criteria. Nice big uptrend, selling off from a high a day, light volume, right? Look at the volume as it's been pulling back, right? Light volume, bouncing back up, lower high, lower low, light volume, bouncing on up, lower high. We want to see that double bottom, guys, right? So again, it's meeting criteria number 1. Criteria number 2, we got our downtrend. We've marked up our levels of support and resistance. We have targets in mind. What do we have to wait for? The double bottom. Then what do we have to wait for? Buying volume to move back in. And then what? An actual break of the downtrend with volume. So go ahead and start building a plan. If this stock comes down towards around 693 in double bottoms, and it starts working its way back up, that would maybe give me a $7 entry. So just say, hypothetically speaking, that if we do drop on down over about 3 minutes, back down and put in a double bottom, we start bouncing back up, looking like we're going to break that downtrend. That downtrend at that point in time would be right around $7. So you can already start building a plan. All right, if we get the double bottom, we start breaking that downtrend with high volume, I would get an entry right around $7. Where's your stop loss? Below 693. So you're probably going to get an entry somewhere around $7. Your stop loss is going to be 690. Okay, your first target is a 1-to-1, but your second target is going to be a 3-to-1. Your next target is going to be almost a 4-to-1. So you see, it's a very low risk trade. You're buying the break of the downtrend. That would probably put you right around $7 on your entry. Stops are going to be below this prior low. Your stop literally could be 692. You can risk 8 cents. Your first target, yes, you can only really get 8 cents of profit. It's a 1-to-1. But this is an 80-20 setup when it forms out perfectly, when it forms beautifully. It's an 80-20 setup. Your first target's a 1-to-1. But since it has such high odds of working out, I will take this trade, right? I know it's not a 2-to-1 setup. It's a 1-to-1 in the first target, but I like these so much and they're so powerful. And when they validate and they break. So simply because it's an 80-20 setup, I would take it. I would risk 8 cents to make 8 cents on my first target, looking for the break up to that second target of 725. Now it's a 4-to-1 setup. Then looking for that break back up to high day. Now we're talking almost a 5-to-1 setup on BKKT after first target's hit and if it's exceeded. So right now, BKKT, you should keep it on watch, right? You should keep it on watch. You're going to need to lock in profits, some profits, if you get your entry, right around 709, 710, right? Right around 709 to 710 would need to be your first target. You got to lock in something for me, because if it does come back down and it stops you out, at least you're not risking a lot. You might even walk away with some profits. But the money's really made when you hit second target and third target. So let's see. Are we going to find that double bottom? Are we going to start to see that nice U shape? Or are we going to start to see some buying volume move in? If we see that, and we start to see the break of the downtrend, and we start to get a follow through, we do have a potential downtrend break strategy coming on up. So if you guys have any questions, we just went through a lot. You guys know my dip buy strategy, right? If you guys want more information on that, to really differentiate a dip buy from a reversal, go check out those 2 lessons in the video lessons library. That's going to get you very comfortable and confident with dip buys versus reversals. And we're going to dive into a little bit more detail as far as how I pinpoint my levels of support for those dip buys, right? And then now you guys know how I trade the downtrend break strategy. We call it the boom, boom, bang. It's one of everybody's favorite patterns and favorite strategies inside a chat. And I would have to say that 80% of the time, guys, we see them work out, right? How many of these boom, boom, bangs have you seen that just failed, right? It's rare. I would say that maybe 20% of the time they break. It's a slow break, and then it slowly rolls on over. And you can maybe walk away at break even or get a couple bucks, but they're not those big time breaks. But I would say 80% of the time when they break, they break and they go and they hit targets and they are big time trades, consistent trades, but it has to play out to the penny. Like, I mean, based on that example, that drawing, it's got to be exactly like that. Like if that candle would have slightly made a lower low, it's not a boom boom, it's not a downtrend break strategy. If that candle would have hit 692, I would have said, nope. It's got to be perfect. It's got to be a perfect double bottom. Literally no heat. It's got to come down and bounce. Immediately start to see some buying move back in. Start to see that increase in volume, working its way back to the downtrend, breaking the downtrend with volume increasing as well. That's where you make your entries. Stops go below that potential double bottom. So if this were to hit 690 and then pop back above, I would be a little cautious, right? I'd be a little cautious. For these to be A+ setups, 80-20 setups, they need to play out perfectly. But here's one thing that may cause an issue with BKKT. What's one thing that could hinder this from actually working out? Whoever gets it right gets a kiss from me. What's one thing that's hurting BKKT right now for this to actually work on out? What is it? Exactly. And why is volume a concern, right? Why would we be concerned about lack of volume, right? Volume, that's the only thing right now. But why do we have a lack of volume, guys? Why should we be concerned about volume right now? Steve, it's lunchtime, right? So we know that volume typically leaves the market between 11 and 12 o'clock. Now, every now and then you get a hot lunch. It's rare, but I would say 80% of the time, guys, between the hours of 12 and 2, it's slow. There's not a lot of volume. So it's really hard to get a setup and a good trade over lunch for the most part because of the lack of volume, right? So when we see these setups before 11 o'clock and we have volume in the market, take them. But when we see these setups over lunch hours and we already have a lack of volume, you have to be mindful of that. I'm not saying don't take the trade. I'm not saying that. Take the trade if you want, but you need to be mindful that it may take even longer. It may not get that big time break and that big time run because we don't have volume in the market right now because it's lunchtime, but it's setting up. It's getting pretty darn close to possibly validating what we need to see. The only thing that we're missing is this U-shape off support. We're missing that U-shape. We need to start to see it build back up, right? We need to start to see it building back up towards that downtrend. That's going to start to validate the double bottom. And the last thing that we're missing as well is volume. So we need to start to see this creep back up towards 7, and we need to see some volume start to move in as well. And if we start to see those two other things unfold, we start to break that downtrend right around $7, that's where we could look to make those entries. Again, 709 to 710 first targets, back up to these prior highs and that downtrend on point number 2, 725, and then possibly back up towards around high a day. 1, 2, 3 targets. Again, that's how simple it is. It's a slow and steady trade. You see how long it's taking for this to play out? You're able to go through and really build your plan, right? I mean, literally, we took about, what, 10 minutes and built a plan, right? Entries, stops, targets. Here's the downtrend. What do we need to see? It allows you to be patient. It allows you to work at your own pace and really build that plan and accept the plan. Now, all you have to do is be patient. That's the hardest part. You just got to do this. Take your hands and sit on them. And that's all you got to do is just wait, right? If it doesn't give you what you need to see, you're not going to take the trade. You're not buying it right now. We haven't validated the double bottom. We haven't validated that we're going to see buying volume move back in. Right now, you have a plan in place. You know what you're looking for. You know what you want to see. But now, that's the hardest part, is sitting on your hands and waiting. If it doesn't bounce and start moving back up to 7 with volume, it's a no-go. It's a no trade. But if you see the bounce, you see the volume, back up to 7, get ready, right? Get ready. Have a plan built. See, again, we're not taking the trade. Look at that. There's no reason to take it, right? We didn't hold the double bottom. We cracked. It's done. It's not a boom, boom, bang. You see how easy that is? To identify the setup, to build a plan, and to wait. There was no reason to touch that stock. There's no reason to trade it. It wasn't validated. But we had a plan in place. We were prepared. We saw the strategy. We understood what could take place and how we could look to lock in some profits on that stock if it worked out. But it's not working out. So we're done. That's it. We move on. And again, that's what I was saying. Volume is going to be tough. We don't have a lot of volume. So the fact that we don't have a lot of volume in the market, it's going to be tough to actually see this work on out. Are you using the 1 minute on that? Yes, 1 minute, 5 minute, 15 minute. Yep. So again, it's, you know, I'll definitely use a 1 minute. I do trade 1 minute. I'll use a 3 minute periodically, 5 minute. Sometimes I'll jump into a 15. But yeah, you can use that strategy and apply that strategy really on any time frame. Not so much the daily. I mean, sometimes you see it on the daily, but it's rare. It's more of a like an intraday setup, right? It's more of an intraday setup. George, absolutely. So let's say you make your entry and you hit target, right? You definitely bring your stop loss up. In my opinion, that's what I do. You don't have to, George. You don't have to. If you hit your target, you don't have to bring your stop to break even. But if you get stopped out, it's a break even trade. So let's say you have a 10-cent stop, you have a 10-cent target. Let's say you hit target, you lock in half your position, and the stock comes back down and stops you out. You would break even on that trade. However, if you took profit for 10 cents and you brought your stop loss to break even and you were stopped out at break even on your remaining position, you still make money on the initial position that you sold at target. That's why I recommend bringing your stop loss up and adjusting your stop loss once you start hitting targets, because if the stock does roll over, if the stock does come back down, at least you can still walk away from that trade profitable. In my example was on SMFL, right? So my example was SMFL. That was the one stock that I kept my stop loss at my stop loss. I never adjusted it. I never brought it up. I took profits. I got stopped out. I broke even, right? SMFL is a prime example on how I was up and then I broke even because I never readjusted my stop loss. If I would have readjusted my stop loss and brought my stop loss up, that would have been a $300 trade. But I had so much conviction, so much confidence that that stock was going to go. I said, you know what? I'm giving it that breathing room. I don't want to get stopped out and then watch it run. I want to give it breathing room. I want it to go. I think it can go. It didn't do anything, right? But if I would have just done what I was supposed to do, take my profit like I did, but then readjust my stop loss, bring it to break even, that wouldn't have been a break-even trade. I would have locked in those profits that I initially took at target. I would have gotten stopped out at break-even on my remaining position, right? But I still would have walked away profitable on that trade. So that's a prime example. If you're adjusting your stop loss, how you still make money. If you don't adjust your stop loss and you keep it right where it's at, you're probably going to break even. You may even lose a little bit of money depending on where your stop loss is at. I told you guys to watch LLL right around 12 because NRSN broke out of its consolidation right at 12 o'clock. You had some lunchtime action yesterday on NRSN. So again, what time did this one actually break high a day and make a nice little move on up? That took place right around 12. We're right around 12 and we're starting to see some lunchtime action with LLL. They're two completely different stocks, two completely different days. But that's market conditions, right? Our top gaining stock yesterday ripped, consolidated, and then lunchtime it broke out. Today, our top gaining stock ripped. It consolidated into lunch hours, and now it's starting to break out. Those are market conditions, right? Traders see what NRSN did yesterday. They see the same similarities today with LLL. They're thinking it's going to start moving around 12 o'clock. So what happens when it starts moving a little bit around 12 o'clock? What do people do? They start buying like, oh, that's going to be the move. That's it. It's because they see something that happened yesterday and they think it's going to play out the same today. So those are just market conditions. Traders reacting based on what happened the prior day. They react the same way sometimes, and that's why you see a lot of similarities. That's why you can gauge market conditions. You can get a good idea, how to trade. Like last week, our top gaining stocks were dumping and not doing anything the first 30 minutes of the day. Then they started ripping at 10 o'clock. So Tuesday, what did we do? We didn't trade anything. 10 o'clock, we saw a setup, we took it, we made money. Wednesday, first 30 minutes, we weren't really trading anything. What did we do? We waited. They set up around 10 o'clock. They started ripping. Market conditions played a huge factor last week. And we were able to identify that on Monday, saying, you know what, guys? Don't trade the good setups the first 30 minutes. Because these good setups aren't working. The good setups are playing out around 10 o'clock. So on Tuesday, we set back. Everything failed. We got our trades at 10 o'clock. Wednesday, we set back. Everything failed out of the gate. But at 10 o'clock, things started ripping. You have to be willing to take a step back and look at the prior day. Usually Mondays will set the tone for the entire week. Whatever happens Monday, that'll set the tone. That'll really set those market conditions for the rest of the week, especially with penny stocks. All right, so understand market conditions, and you'll see some similarities, and that's going to help you better prepare to take advantage of the market. Right, you're going to be more prepared, understanding those market conditions and what's taking place the prior day, and what could take place today. BKKT's done, guys. BKKT's done for. Had a decent little setup. You took it for 30 to 40 cents to the upside. You made money. This is why we take profits, right? This is why we have targets. This is why we lock in profits, right? We knew that we were going to struggle, right? A little bit. It was moving up. You're up 40, 50 cents, 30, 40 cents, right? You got to lock in profits when you have them. Gotcha. Yeah, so I always start with a daily time frame, trendy. Start on a daily time frame. I mark up all my major levels of support and resistance, and then I start breaking it down to 4 hour, to an hour, to 30 minutes. And what I'm doing is I'm readjusting those daily levels that I marked up. I'm looking for lower time frame trends, smaller time frame setups, the way candles are closing, where the RSI is, volume, right? So I start with marking up my levels on the daily, support and resistance, and I just start fine-tuning those levels on the 4 hour and the 1 hour, the 30 minutes sometimes as well. And I'm looking at those smaller time frame trends, patterns, setups, right? And I'm just making my fine-tune adjustments and also trying to see if something else stands out to me that I couldn't see on a daily time frame. Maybe I see something on a 1 hour time frame, right? That really is like, hey, I think we could see a reversal based on that 1 hour doji candle or tweezers or whatever the case is, right? And then I get all the way down into a 1 minute time frame. So when I start my day at 9:30, I'm on a 1 minute time frame. But I started at a daily in pre-market. I went to a 4 hour, a 1 hour, a 30 minute, a 15 minute. I really fine-tune my levels. I really get prepared. I understand the stock, the trend, how it's moving, volume, all of my technicals, where are they at? And then when I start my day, I'm prepared. I start on a 1 minute time frame. I'll then progress into a 3 minute time frame. And then towards the end of the day, you'll see me going more towards the 3 and the 5 minute time frame towards the end. Now, if the stock is hot and it's moving, every now and then I'll jump back into a 1 minute time frame at the end of the day. But for the most part, you'll see me on a 3 and a 5, normally after 12 o'clock. I'll start really looking at everything on a 5 minute time frame. Or like I said, sometimes a 3 minute time frame. And the 3 minute time frame is one of the most powerful time frames. That's why I use it. It is considered to be one of the most powerful time frames, is the 3 minute for some reason. Yes, sir. Great job with the lesson today. Thank you. I know it was, I whimmed it. But again, I want you guys to know some of these strategies and these setups that I trade and kind of my style, right? I don't really talk too much about my style because my style is my style. May not work for you guys, but today's that day that I'll go ahead and break that down and talk to you about how I like to trade and my types of setups. So good lesson. Awesome, awesome. You got to close the noise out. It can be simple. When you take it just like that, when you do exactly what we just did, right? You keep it that simple. Trading is that simple, right? How simple was it to build a plan on BKKT? It was really easy, right? You drew your downtrend. You marked up your level of support. You started building a plan. It was really easy. And then you just sat there and you waited. If it would have set up, you would have taken the trade. It didn't set up. You never took it. But it was that simple. And if the trade would have worked out, the trade would have been just as simple as the preparation. We don't have to overcomplicate trading. You really have to learn how to be disciplined, to build your plans, to go through that process, and to simply be patient, to wait for the technicals to be validated and for you to get what we call a buy signal. The buy signal would have been volume and a break of the downtrend. So once you have your plan in place, all you need is a buy signal. Your buy signal would have been a break of the downtrend on volume. Then you would have bought. You got a buy signal, you buy. You already know where your stop's at. You get stopped out, you're stopped out. You know where your targets are. When you hit target, you lock in profits. It's that simple. We don't have to overcomplicate the process. A lot of new traders, they come in, they see a stock moving, they just buy. They're like, oh, it's moving, it's gonna rip. And they just buy with no plan. No exit strategy, no stop loss, no risk management, right? They have no reason to trade the stock. They're just buying it because it's moving on up and they get lucky. But long-term wise, they still fail, right? They still lose money because it's not sustainable. You may get lucky on stocks like LLL. You may get lucky on stocks like NRSN, but eventually you're going to get humbled. The market is going to take those profits back plus some. So keep it simple. Simplify the trading process. It's that easy, guys, right? And again, hopefully I'm proving to you that it's this easy, right? I don't use all of that technical jargon. I don't make things seem very complex or hard to understand. I simplify things, break it down in layman's terms so it makes sense. You understand it. You're able to digest it and apply it, right? Keep it simple. People that use terms like, what's the one? Capitulation. Like the mark capitulate. Just stop. Just stop. Quit using the big jargon words, right? Quit. Stop. Just simplify the process. That's how simple trading can be. And again, hopefully I proved that to you on how simple it can be from a TA standpoint, from a building a plan standpoint. The hardest part, guys, the hardest part about trading is you. It's not your technical analysis ability. It's not how good can you mark up support and resistance. It's not how good are you at spotting dojis and volume price analysis, right? That's good. That's going to give you an edge in the market, right? But that's not what's going to make you successful, right? That's not what's going to make you successful. What's going to make you successful? You, your mindset, how you think about the market. Are you disciplined or do you just break your rules, right? If you're just breaking your rules, you're making a conscious decision to say, you know what, F that rule. I'm not going to follow that rule today. Well, you know what? You should stop trading. Create a rule and abide by your rules and honor your rules. Be disciplined. Be patient. Always remember, it pays to be patient, right? Sometimes the best trade is no trade. When you see an A+ opportunity, get prepared. Build your trade plan. Assess your position sizing. Assess all of your levels. Accept the plan. Come to terms with it. It's reality. If I take this trade based on this plan that I just built, this is the outcome. Accept the outcome. Once you've done that with discipline, now it's time to be patient. Wait for the buy signal. You get the buy signal, you take the trade. You hit target, you make money. If you get stopped out, you get stopped out. After the fact, control your emotions. Okay? If you get stopped out, don't be frustrated. Don't be upset. Don't beat yourself up. If you get stopped out of the trade, it's okay. You already said, if I get stopped out, I'm okay with it. You built a plan and you accepted your plan. So if you got stopped out, why are you emotional? Why are you upset? Why are you frustrated? You already knew the outcome. You already knew I'm going to lose $200 if I'm stopped out. I just got stopped out. I'm down 200 bucks. Why are you upset? Why are you mad? Why are you pissed off, screaming at your monitor, blaming the market? You came into the trade prepared. You accepted the outcome. It was a red outcome. It was a red trade. So what do? It is what it is. It is what it is. I can't win 100% of the time. It is what it is. Let's go ahead and log the trade. All right, so I took LLL. I bought it at 5, and I got stopped out at 450. I was trading it for the bull flag, right? And I had a plan in place. It was a 3-to-1 setup. I didn't risk more than 3% of my account. I was in a good mindset. I didn't chase the stock. I didn't FOMO in. I was prepared. It felt good. You know what? I know this was a red trade, but I'm going to give this a big check mark, right? This gets a check mark because I followed my rules. I built a plan. I was disciplined. I was patient. I can't be upset. It was just a red trade. You know what? That was a good trade. It just was red. You know what? It's in the past. Or I FOMO'd in. Man, I did FOMO in, didn't I? All right. I jumped the gun too early. I didn't wait for my buy signal. All right. So I could have definitely done something different on this trade. So this doesn't get a check mark. I need to learn from this. So what did I learn? I FOMO'd in. All right. So I'm going to grab a sticky note. Do not FOMO in. Okay. What else did I do wrong? I jumped the gun. I bought prematurely, right? Do not jump the gun. Be patient, all right? And I was a little too aggressive. I was risking 5% of my account. Prepare better. Better preparation. So all you're doing is you're journaling that trade and you're pulling out little tips and tricks. You're taking a few little things from that trade that you journaled and you're taking this with you. That's all you're taking. The trade itself, that's in the past. The only thing you're taking with you is don't FOMO in, better preparation, right? Don't chase stocks. That's what you're taking with you to the next trade. So that's what you're mindful of, right? No FOMO. Don't FOMO in, Josh. You're mindful of it. No FOMOing in. Don't risk so much. Scale back. Don't take 1,000 shares. Take 500 shares, right? Wait for my buy signal. Don't overreact, right? Don't chase the stock. Don't hesitate. Wait for the buy signal. Have better preparation. You don't even care about the last trade. You don't care. It's in the past, right? Red trade, green trade, it's in the past. The only thing you care about are those little notes you took with you, okay? So that's how you go through the process of trading stocks, right? If it was a red trade. If it's a green trade, same thing. Control your emotions. There are negative emotions and there are positive emotions, right? Negative emotions, you're beating yourself up, you're down on yourself, you're frustrated at the market. Positive emotions, you just had a big trade, a big winner. You're like, ha, I'm the best trader alive. I'm the best. Yeah, nothing can stop me. I own the market. Yeah, the market's mine, you know what? Uh-huh, yeah. What's that gonna do? You're cocky, you're arrogant, and that's gonna bleed into your next trade. That's not confidence, that's arrogance, right? Confidence is, that was a good trade. That was a really good trade. I'm proud of myself. I'm gonna log this trade because that was so good and I'm gonna figure out what I did right. That's confidence. Cockiness and arrogance is, hell yeah, I'm the best. Where's that next trade at? I'm gonna make 10 grand today. And you just forget about even logging your trade in the first place. If it's a green trade, you still log it. All right, that was a good trade. All right, I took this trade at this price. It was a green trade. I made 500 bucks. It feels really good, right? I'm very proud of myself. I was disciplined. I had a great trade plan. It was an A+ setup. My risk was perfect, right? I was only risking 1% of my account. I made 5%. It was a 5-to-1 setup, right? That felt good. Do the same thing. Grab yourself a sticky note. Say, good job with preparation, right? Give yourself some props. Good job with preparation. Keep it up, right? Continue to manage your risk like a professional, right? Keep trading A+ setups. Quality over quantity. That trade, it goes in the past. Just like the red trade, that green trade, it's in the past. You don't care about it. There's nothing you can do about it. It's in the past. The only thing that you take with you to your next trade are those notes, right? So you're mindful. You did really good at building a plan. You're doing really good at managing your risk, and you're trading quality setups, not quantity setups. So that's the first thing on your mind. Preparation, trade plans, risk management, quality setups. And that's going to bleed positively into your next trade. right? Because you're going to be thinking about these things. So your next trade is going to be even better. And you're going to do the same thing. And your next trade is going to be even better. And let's say you have a red trade. It's okay. Log it. What did I do wrong? I was really trading a lot today. I wasn't focused on quality. I was focused on quantity. All right. So reemphasize quality, right? Really focus on quality to prevent a red trade. That red trade's logged. It goes in the past. The only thing you take with you are your notes, right? That's the only thing you do. When the trade's done, that trade doesn't bleed into the next trade. And that trade doesn't bleed into the next trade. When your day's done, your day doesn't bleed into tomorrow or the next day. Your week doesn't bleed in the next week. Your month doesn't bleed in the next month. Your year doesn't bleed into next year. The only thing that you carry with you from one trade to the next, from one day to the next, or everything else that I said, are those notes, those positive words of motivation that you're leaving yourself to be mindful of, to be aware of, to be conscious of. And once you have those notes, you're going to take it and you're going to stick it on your monitor. I got notes right in front of me. All right, I got my trade plan in front of me. I like to see visually my trade plan. Sometimes I get a little in the moment and I'm aggressive. So I have my trade plans in front of me. I have my little tips and tricks, right? I have my notes from logging my trades. I see it right in front of me. I'm aware. I'm mindful. I'm making good, conscious decisions, not breaking rules, not breaking my trade plan, honoring what's in front of me. And that will bleed positively to my next trade, to my next trade, to my next trade, right? That's the process. What I just outlined and what I just talked about, that's the process. Before the trade, during the trade, and then after the trade. Good trade, bad trade, green trade, red trade, doesn't matter. That's the after trade process. Logging it, pulling some positives from it, putting that trade behind you in the past where it belongs, okay, and move on. Learn from it and then move on. And that's it. The next trade is a brand new trade. It's a brand new opportunity. It's a unique opportunity, right? It has nothing to do with the last trade you took. Brand spanking new, okay? And then you just move on. Continue to make those baby steps forward, little by little by little, at your own pace, and you're gonna find success in the market. It's that simple, but no one can break it down that way. Everybody has a hard time to make it that simple, but it is that simple. And we see the results in chat. We see the results in profits chat every single day, every single month, consistently, because we keep things simple. All right, I'm done ranting. You guys got me in the zone a little bit. You guys had me in my feels. So again, nice discussion. We talked about strategies. We talked about discipline and patience, the process of journaling trades and how you kind of handle green trades, how you handle red trades after they're, executed, after they're done. And that's just the mindset you have to have. That's the process. And if you just do that process, very simple process, time consuming, but simple, you're going to see much better results and much better success in the stock market, guys. All right. What's today's date? Today is the 22nd, so that was, what we do, 2 strategies and mindset. So that was a nice little discussion. I'll put this discussion up in the video lessons library. I'll name it March 22nd discussion on strategies and mindset. I did record that. I do want to get it edited, and I do want to put that in the video lessons library because, like George said, you got me in the zone and pumped. All right, guys, so it's 12:19 in the markets. Right now, honestly, you could still see the boom, boom, bang with BKKT, right? That downtrend break, you could still see it, right? It didn't break on the 4th attempt, but what you did see is it came down to that 665 level. Nice little bounce into the downtrend. higher low is forming, right? Higher low is forming above support. I know it's on the 5th touch, but it's still a trade. It's still a play. It's still an opportunity. We want them on the 4th touch, right? But if they do form on the 5th or the 6th, it's still forming. Ideally, on the 4th point is where you want to get it. But if they do continue lower, but they still do set up, you're still getting what you need. Double bottom, in this case, higher low, break that downtrend on volume, start to put in a higher high, start to reverse, you have room back up to high a day. So BKKT is going to be on high watch here for the downtrend break strategy. Off the higher low, break the downtrend, break that 9 EMA, break the VWAP, make a higher high. We could start to see a nice, slow, and steady reversal into power hour, possibly back up to high a day. So we do have NRSN, possible mid candle for tomorrow, and CYRN, possible mid candle for tomorrow. You guys are wondering what a mid candle breakout is. This is a mid candle breakout. SKYH, look off to the right. You see a big green day, right? Big green day. Gaps down on day 2, small red day. And what we're looking for on day number 3 is for it to break all of these 2nd day levels and retest the first green day high. So look at SKYH. We took this trade on Friday, right? We broke all of those prior levels from the red day. We hit, right? We retested the first green day's highs and we exploded even further up. This stock, we were buying this at $28.50. As it was breaking those levels, we were in. It broke, we're in. It broke, we're holding. It broke, we're holding. It hit that prior high, we took some profits. It ran up, we scaled out. We locked in some big profits. We gained about, what, $5 or $6 per share on SKYH when it was all said and done. And we adjusted our exit. We grabbed about $5 to $6 a share on SKYH. So again, big green day. Gap down on day 2, small red day. Day 3, we get the explosion. So look at NRSN. Big green day, gapping down right in the middle of the first green day. Tomorrow, we want to see it open, start to break some of today's levels, and get that explosion. CYRN, same thing. Yesterday, big green day. Today, gapping down right in the middle of yesterday's candle. Tomorrow, we want to see it open, start to break some of these levels from today, get the explosion. So we do have NRSN, potential mid-candle breakout, depending on how we close. We also have CYRN, potential mid-candle breakout, depending on how we close around 4 o'clock. So right now, we don't have a whole lot in the market, guys. We do not have a whole lot in the market. Keep BKKT on watch just in case it ever breaks that downtrend. LLL, it's calming down, guys. Again, it's 12:23 in the market. There's not a lot of volume. Things are dying on off. We'll probably see some action return right around 2:30. All right. So have a good lunch. Thank you guys for being here today. Good job and good work. For me, it was a slower day. Again, just dealing with a few things on my part. Just kind of 50-50 this morning, right? I was like, you know what? I'm going to take all my profits here. You know what? I'm going to scale out of this one. You know what? I'm going to lock in all my profits. You know what? I'm going to scale out. If I would have just stuck and stayed consistent with all in, all out, how I trade my main account, I'd been up over $1,000 today. But again, I gave a lot of profits back because I wanted to scale out. And I wanted to see if I could hit a big trade like NRSN. That's not how I trade. Every now and then I get lucky. I get a home run. The market's rewarding me for being consistent and disciplined. That's not the way I trade. I'm not a scale in, scale out trader. On my main account with big position, right, I lock in my big profits quick. Now, on Fidelity, I'll scale in, scale out. I'll apply that. If I ever think that we have a good opportunity, we can see a big time move, I'll take that trade on Fidelity. But moving forward, I'm not going to do that again like I did today because I see the outcome. I see I could have been up over $1,000. I'm up 200 bucks because I wanted to scale out and leave a runner on 10,000 shares. And again, I gave all of those nice profits back. It's unfortunate, but we live and we learn, right? We make little mistakes, we learn from it, we find a solution, we move on, right? We're still green on the day. It's cool, we're green. I made what did I make yesterday? I think I lost like 50 bucks. I made 94 cents. Yesterday was my P&L, 94 cents. So this week, it's a slow start, right? I'm only up literally maybe like $200 after commissions and fees. But what's the beauty? We have this evening, this afternoon, we have Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. We still have 3.5 days left. It only takes one trade to make your week. Literally one good trade. $3,000, $2,000, we're good. We hit our goal. We're done. So that's it. We are all set, ready to rock and roll. Again, for me, been a little bit on the slower side the last 2 days. But again, it's all good. We still have plenty of time in the market. Anything could happen. I'm still here. We're ready to rock and roll. So I'm going to go ahead and throw my small baby profits up to 68.49 on the day. Ron grabbing 300 bucks. Everybody else inside of chat, throw up some profits in profits chat. Motivate the team, inspire the team, and let's see those profits. Let's get some brags. I want to start bragging, guys. Start bragging. Barbie, absolutely. You are more than welcome. Trendy, real quick. Thanks, brother. Absolutely. Who is your premium broker? Lightspeed. DOS, Lightspeed, Lightspeed. And lastly, what are your thoughts on Cobra? I hear they're great. I hear their shorts are phenomenal. I guess their shorts are the best. Better than Centerpoint Securities, better than Lightspeed. They are great on locating shorts. I'm looking to make a change. Thanks in advance. I've never used Cobra. I hear it's great. I've never used Centerpoint Securities. I heard they're great. They use DOS, the DOS platform. It's a little outdated. I'm not a fan of DOS, right? That's why I like Lightspeed, because the locates on Centerpoint and Lightspeed are very similar. The commission structure, the fee structure is very similar. From a platform standpoint, I like Lightspeed more than DOS. It's personal preference. But I hear Cobra is really nice. I hear Cobra is really great. I may be looking into switching to Cobra, especially if they have a reduced commission structure compared to Centerpoint and compared to Lightspeed. So I'd say check out Cobra. I've heard nothing but great things about Cobra. Kamal, $3,200 on BKKT. That's what I'm talking about. Good job. Good work. Johnny Holmes, 197.20. Johnny, dude, you're already up like 500 bucks, right? We said we need to get you within that week trial to $1,000. So now you can trade with us for the next 12 months. Johnny Holmes is getting really, really close to getting that annual membership and sticking with the team for the next 12 months. Johnny, 190 today. Yesterday, 101. There on Friday, 100 bucks. We got $400 from Mr. Johnny in the last 3 trading sessions. We got 400 bucks from Mr. Johnny in the last 3 trading sessions. That is absolutely amazing. Keep up the awesome work, dude. You are crushing it. Again, great profits there. Keep consistent. Keep it up. Good job, Johnny. I mean, that goes for everybody. That goes for everybody in chat. Good job, good work. CYRN left a runner. Steve, 230 on the day. Wurtzy, we got 915 on the day. That's what I'm talking about. LLL, big profits. Got some profits on BKKT, PALI, small little loss. SMFL, just like me, a little bit of a loss there. Actually, I turned it into a break even on my part. But overall, good risk management. Sticking to those runners, a lot better. Right? Locking in 915 on the day. Good job, good work. Seeing some consistency there as well. Nice stuff. Good job, team. It happens, right? You have a big day, you can afford to take little paper cuts. Trendy, right? You had a great day yesterday. We're not going to make money every single day, but we got to cut those losses quick. You know, down 674, 647, but you had a killer Monday Monday, right? You absolutely destroyed it. So we can afford to take those small little paper cuts, guys, right? We're going to have red days. It's inevitable, but we got to keep those red trades and red days small. A+ setups, low risk, high reward, right? Over the course of 10 trades, even at a 50% win rate, we can still make money in the market. If you're having a bad week and you're just 50-50, you're still gonna be able to make a little bit of money, right? Trading those 2-to-1 A+ setups. If you're having a great week and you're just on fire, that's when you get paid. But we can't expect to be on fire every single day or every single week. We're human. Sometimes we're just not in the zone. Sometimes we're just not reading things correctly. But when we're in the zone for that week, week and a half, and we're on fire, that's when we make those big time profits. When we have those days where we're underperforming, it's okay, because we're going to keep those losses small. And at the end of the month, we're still going to see results. We're still going to see profits. All right, guys, so enjoy your day. I may see you back here this afternoon, but don't hold me to it. I can't commit. As you guys know, we don't do afternoon commentaries on Tuesdays unless I have some time to jump back on the mic and to dive into everything with you guys. Again, I use my Tuesdays for one-on-ones. I use my Thursdays for one-on-ones as well. So that's how I use my afternoon time, is to do our one-on-ones with members in chat. But Mondays and Wednesdays, we absolutely do Power Hour commentary, and then periodically we run a nice long stream on Fridays. Like last Friday, we were live until about 1 o'clock on the mic. So keep in mind that I'm not guaranteeing I'll be back here today, but if I can be, I will be. But keep up the good work, keep chat clean, keep chat credible, right? Do what you guys do best, support one another, lock in some great profits, and stay consistent. Good job and good work, traders. Enjoy your lunch, and I may see you guys this afternoon, because I'm eager to lock in some big time profits. Let's see what Power Hour has in store. Enjoy that lunch, and I might see you guys back here a little bit later. Enjoy it, baby, and let's end it the way we always end it. In 3, 2, 1. Woo! Enjoy your lunch. Good job and good work, traders. I'll see you guys back here hopefully a little bit later this afternoon. If I do not, I'll see you guys back here bright and early tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. Trade smart, trade safe, make me proud, and make it happen, team. Good job again, good work. Enjoy the lunch, and I'll see you guys a little bit later. Take care, guys.